Alpha's Embrace. Book 1, Banished Forever. The forest doesn't sleep. Beneath the cover of trees and shadows, something feral stirs. Teeth bared, claws ready, hearts pounding with the kind of rage that doesn't fade with time. In this world, dominance isn't earned with words. It's carved into the dirt with blood and fur, fought for beneath the full moon, where the line between predator and prey is thin enough to break. For Luca, survival has never been a choice. It's a curse he carries in his bones, a reminder that stepping down means stepping into his grave. As the heir to a pack that wants him gone, and an alpha too dangerous to ignore, Luca's grip on power is fragile, hanging by the barest thread. But everything changes the night Arya crosses into his territory. A shifter without a pack, Arya's hunted by her past, her claws sharp, but not nearly sharp enough to face the wolves circling her. She doesn't belong here. Yet something in Luca's golden eyes tells her she might have to stay, even if it costs her everything. Because in this pack, loyalty is a dangerous game. And falling for the alpha? That might just get her killed. Welcome to the first book in the Alpha's Embrace series, where love is wild, power is deadly, and the bite marks never fade. Chapter 1, Unseen Wounds. The forest whispered with the sound of shifting leaves, branches creaking under the weight of secrets. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the smell of damp earth and wild musk. Arya knelt low to the ground, her fingertips grazing the soft moss as she scanned the moonlit path ahead. Her pulse thrummed, steady, yet expectant. Tonight was the night. The Shifter clans had warned of Luca's return. Luca, the rogue werewolf who had defied both packs and Shifter territory rules for years. His attacks were becoming more frequent, and with every full moon, his trail of destruction grew. Shifters like Arya were the first line of defense. Her senses sharpened as her muscles tensed beneath her skin. The moon overhead hung heavy and swollen, teetering on the brink of fullness. Arya's breath fogged in the crisp air, her heart steady as she moved silently through the underbrush. She had shifted earlier in the night, a sleek black panther prowling the outskirts of the village before returning to her human form. But tonight, she hadn't come to stalk. Tonight, she had come to kill. The rogue was near. A flicker of movement darted between the trees ahead, and Arya stilled. There he was, Luca, crouched at the edge of the clearing, his bare chest heaving as his transformation rippled beneath his skin. He hadn't yet shifted fully, but his eyes glowed an unnatural amber, even in his human form. Arya knew better than to be swayed by the way his muscles flexed in the moonlight, the undeniable magnetism that hung around him like an aura. Luca was dangerous, and he didn't need the full moon to remind her of it. Luca did not pull from the moon in winter, with all the rain he got. She drew her dagger, light glinting off the silver blade. Luca's gaze snapped toward her. "You shouldn't be here, Arya," he called, his voice low and rough. "You broke the pact," Arya said coldly, stepping forward. "Your pack was given the chance to leave peacefully. You chose otherwise. Moiraine would follow." His lips curved into something that might have been a smirk, but there was exhaustion behind his eyes. "I chose survival. There's a difference." Arya's grip tightened on the hilt. She was faster than Luca in human form, but if he shifted, things would change. She'd have to shift too, and there was no guarantee what form she'd take. Shifters weren't given the luxury of control. "You're not walking away this time," she growled. Luca straightened, his bare feet crunching against fallen leaves as he stepped forward. I never walk away, Arya. You know that. Without another word, she lunged. Her blade sliced through the air, but Luca was faster than she anticipated. He twisted, her dagger barely grazing his side as he grabbed her wrist, spinning her against a tree with a thud. Arya slammed her knee into his ribs, and Luca grunted, but his grip didn't loosen. Their faces were inches apart, and Arya's breath quickened. She could feel the heat radiating off him. Heat that didn't belong to a man, but something more primal. You always lead with your right, Luca muttered. Arya bared her teeth. And you never shut up. Her second dagger, hidden beneath her sleeve, found its mark. Luca jerked back as the blade carved into his shoulder, silver burning against his skin. He released her with a snarl, stumbling as the shift began to take hold. His body contorted, bones cracking as fur burst from his skin. His hands elongated into claws, teeth sharpening into deadly fangs. Arya wasted no time. She allowed the shift to ripple through her, surrendering to the call of the moon. Where Luca's transformation was brutal, Arya's was fluid, silent, and sleek. Her panther form landed gracefully, fangs bared as she faced the towering wolf before her. They circled each other, the air charged with unspoken tension. Luca lunged first, but Arya was quicker. Her claws slashed across his muzzle, drawing blood. Luca responded with a swipe of his own, narrowly missing as she darted sideways. The battle blurred into a dance of shadow and fur, their bodies colliding beneath the full moon. But as Arya lunged for his throat, Luca twisted beneath her, jaws snapping closed around her shoulder. Pain exploded through her as his teeth sank into her skin, tearing through fur and flesh. The infection was instant. Arya's world spun, her vision darkening as Luca's grip released. She collapsed, the panther form melting away until she lay in the dirt, trembling. "A day is coming," she asked. "A day is." Luca shifted back, crouching beside her. His hand brushed against her cheek, rough with regret. "I'm sorry, Arya," he whispered. Then he disappeared into the forest, leaving her broken beneath the moon. The pain dragged her back to consciousness. Arya's eyes fluttered open, daylight streaming through the forest canopy. Her body ached, and the mark of Luca's bite throbbed against her shoulder, still raw and red. She forced herself to sit up, blinking away the haze that clouded her vision. The infection felt like fire beneath her skin, gnawing at the edges of her senses. She gritted her teeth, pressing her palm against the bite. Luca had disappeared, but his scent still lingered, wild and unrelenting. Arya staggered to her feet, forcing one step after another as she made her way back toward the village. But with every movement, she felt the infection tightening its grip. Her shifts were unstable now, flickering beneath the surface without warning. By the time she crossed into Shifter territory, dawn had fully broken. Arya stumbled through the gates, and the guards stiffened as she approached. "Arya?" One of them, a broad-shouldered man named Dak, stepped forward, concern etched into his features. "What happened to you?" He hesitated, fighting the instinct to hide the truth. "A rogue attack," she said quietly, brushing past him. Dax frowned but said nothing, watching her retreat toward the village center. The infection's burn lingered, but Arya ignored it. Her clan couldn't know. Not yet. If they found out she'd been bitten by a werewolf, there would be no trial, only exile. But as she reached the sanctuary of her cabin, Arya paused, glancing toward the distant tree line. Luca was out there, and she wasn't sure if she wanted revenge or something far more dangerous. The door to Arya's cabin creaked as she slipped inside, leaning heavily against the wooden frame. Her body trembled beneath the weight of the infection. Sweat beaded along her brow, and every muscle ached with an unfamiliar tension, like her skin no longer fit. She pulled her jacket off slowly, wincing as the fabric stuck to the torn flesh beneath. In the mirror across the room, the bite on her shoulder gleamed, the edges of the wound dark and angry. Faint traces of silver from her own dagger surrounded the puncture, but the infection pulsed beneath it, spreading. Arya ran cold water over a cloth, pressing it to the bite. Her breath hissed through her teeth as pain shot through her shoulder. She watched her reflection with narrowed eyes. Her dark hair hung loosely around her face, strands sticking to her sweat-drenched skin. But it wasn't the weariness in her eyes that unsettled her. It was the faint glimmer of gold around her irises. No, she thought, not yet. The infection was advancing faster than she anticipated. She had hoped for more time, at least until the next moonrise. But Luca's bite was potent. Werewolf bites carried the weight of their curse, infecting and transforming their victims at unpredictable speeds. For shifters, the consequences were more severe. Arya couldn't shift. Not fully. If she tried, she wouldn't know which form would answer. She slumped onto the edge of her bed, biting back a groan as exhaustion took hold. Sleep tugged at her, but she resisted. Closing her eyes would mean surrendering to whatever dark force the infection carried. A soft knock at the door jolted her upright. Arya. Her pulse quickened. She recognized that voice. Dax. Dax. Arya, it's me. Open up. She hesitated, gripping the edge of the bed. Her fingers tightened until her knuckles turned white. Dax couldn't see her like this. It was the typical response to someone hurting, someone who had felt that pain. I'm fine, she called, forcing strength into her voice. It's just a scratch. There was silence for a moment, and then the door opened slightly. Dax stepped inside without permission. His gaze swept over her, lingering on the cloth pressed to her shoulder. That doesn't look like just a scratch, he said, his tone heavy with concern. Arya stiffened. I told you, I'm fine. Dax crossed his arms, leaning against the doorway. His golden shifter eyes studied her carefully, reading more than she wanted to reveal. You reek of him, Dax said bluntly. Her heart lurched. What are you talking about? Muka, Dax growled. I can smell him all over you. Arya's lips pressed into a thin line. Dax wasn't just her friend. He was the second in command to her clan's alpha. He wouldn't hesitate to report her if he suspected she'd been infected. It's quite physically difficult for Arya to stay alive, he said. I confronted him last night, she admitted carefully. We fought. He got away. Myra nodded. Dax's eyes darkened. You should have waited for the pack. You know the rules, Arya. Luca's dangerous. I don't need protection, she snapped. I've handled rogues before. Dax pushed off the doorframe, stepping closer. This isn't like before. Luca isn't just some rogue, Arya. There's more at play here. She met his gaze, the gold around her eyes faintly glowing in the dim light. For a moment, Dax faltered. Your eyes. Arya clenched her jaw, shifting her gaze away. It's nothing, she muttered. Dax wasn't convinced. He moved closer, his hand brushing against her shoulder as he lifted the cloth. The moment his fingers touched her skin, a low growl rumbled deep in his chest. Arya. His tone hardened as he pulled back, shock flashing across his face. You were bitten. The two things to the right along the side of the road took place After the hurricane. She stood abruptly, forcing Dak's hand away. Keep your voice down. He stared at her, disbelief mingling with anger. Do you understand what this means? You're infected. The council, they don't need to know, she interrupted, her voice cold and unwavering. Dax's gaze bore into her, torn between duty and loyalty. If you lose control, I won't. Arya stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. I need time, Dax. I can fight this. You know I can. His jaw tightened, but after a long pause, he nodded reluctantly. You have until the next full moon, he warned. After that, if you can't control it, I won't be able to protect you. Arya swallowed hard, gratitude and fear intertwining in her chest. Thank you, she said softly. Dax lingered for a moment longer before stepping back toward the door. I'll cover for you, he muttered. But if Luca shows his face again, yes. I'll handle it, Arya replied. Dax left without another word, leaving the cabin in heavy silence. Arya exhaled slowly, pressing her palm against the wound once more. She had bought herself time. But barely. The infection wouldn't wait, and Luca was still out there. Nightfall arrived swiftly, shrouding the village in shadows as the moon rose overhead. Arya couldn't join them. Not yet. But she followed. The infection was unpredictable under the moon's gaze. She couldn't risk exposing her unstable shifts. Instead, she slipped into the forest. The trees whispered around her as she moved silently beneath the canopy. She wasn't hunting Luca tonight. She was searching for answers. Arya's senses stretched out into the darkness, catching faint traces of Luca's scent. He was nearby. Faint traces. Looking for me? His voice drifted from behind her, and Arya spun sharply, her dagger already drawn. Luca emerged from the shadows, shirtless, his body littered with faint scars that glowed beneath the moonlight. His wolfish grin was infuriatingly calm. You should leave, Arya said coldly. I can't, Luca replied, stepping closer. I didn't come here to fight. Arya's grip tightened on the blade. Then why are you here? Luca's amber eyes flickered with something unreadable. To finish what I started. The door to Arya's cabin creaked as she slipped inside, leaning heavily against the wooden frame. Her body trembled beneath the weight of the infection. Sweat beaded along her brow, and every muscle ached with an unfamiliar tension, like her skin no longer fit. She pulled her jacket off slowly, wincing as the fabric stuck to the torn flesh beneath. In the mirror across the room, the bite on her shoulder gleamed, the edges of the wound dark and angry. Faint traces of silver from her own dagger surrounded the puncture, but the infection pulsed beneath it, spreading. Arya ran cold water over a cloth, pressing it to the bite. Her breath hissed through her teeth as pain shot through her shoulder. She watched her reflection with narrowed eyes. Her dark hair hung loosely around her face, strands sticking to her sweat-drenched skin. But it wasn't the weariness in her eyes that unsettled her. It was the faint glimmer of gold around her irises. No, she thought. Not yet. The infection was advancing faster than she anticipated. She had hoped for more time, at least until the next moonrise. But Luca's bite was potent. Werewolf bites carried the weight of their curse, infecting and transforming their victims at unpredictable speeds. For shifters, the consequences were more severe. Arya couldn't shift. Not fully. If she tried, she wouldn't know which form would answer. She slumped onto the edge of her bed, biting back a groan as exhaustion took hold. Sleep tugged at her, but she resisted, Closing her eyes would mean surrendering to whatever dark force the infection carried. A soft knock at the door jolted her upright. Was it Arya? Her pulse quickened. She recognized that voice. Dax. Arya, it's me. Open up. She hesitated, gripping the edge of the bed. Her fingers tightened until her knuckles turned white. Dax couldn't see her like this. I'm fine, she called, forcing strength into her voice. It's just a scratch. There was silence for a moment, and then the door opened slightly. Dax stepped inside without permission. His gaze swept over her, lingering on the cloth pressed to her shoulder. That doesn't look like just a scratch, he said, his tone heavy with concern. Arya stiffened. I told you, I'm fine. Dax crossed his arms, leaning against the doorway. His golden shifter eyes studied her carefully, reading more than she wanted to reveal. You reek of him, Dax said bluntly. Her heart lurched. What are you talking about? Look, Dax growled. I can smell him all over you. Oh! Arya's lips pressed into a thin line. Dax wasn't just her friend. He was the second in command to her clan's alpha. He wouldn't hesitate to report her if he suspected she'd been infected. I confronted him last night, she admitted carefully. We fought. He got away. Dax's eyes darkened. You should have waited for the pack. You know the rules, Arya. Luca's dangerous. I don't need protection, she snapped. I've handled rogues before. Dax pushed off the doorframe, stepping closer. This isn't like before. Luca isn't just some rogue Arya. There's more at play here. She met his gaze, the gold around her eyes faintly glowing in the dim light. For a moment, Dax faltered. Your eyes? Arya clenched her jaw, shifting her gaze away. It's nothing, she muttered. Dax wasn't convinced. He moved closer, his hand brushing against her shoulder as he lifted the cloth. The moment his fingers touched her skin, a low growl rumbled deep in his chest. Arya. His tone hardened as he pulled back, shock flashing across his face. You were bitten. She stood abruptly, forcing Dax's hand away. Keep your voice down. He stared at her, disbelief mingling with anger. Do you understand what this means? You're infected. The council... No? No? They don't need to know, she interrupted, her voice cold and unwavering. Dax's gaze bore into her, torn between duty and loyalty. If you lose control... Arya stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. I need time, Dax. I can fight this. You know I can. His jaw tightened, but after a long pause, he nodded, reluctantly. You have until the next full moon, he warned. After that, if you can't control it, I won't be able to protect you. Arya swallowed hard, gratitude and fear intertwining in her chest. Thank you, she said softly. Dax lingered for a moment longer before stepping back toward the door. I'll cover for you, he muttered. But if Luca shows his face again, I'll handle it, Arya replied. Dax left without another word, leaving the cabin in heavy silence. Arya exhaled slowly, pressing her palm against the wound once more. She had bought herself time, but barely. The infection wouldn't wait, and Luca was still out there. Nightfall arrived swiftly, shrouding the village in shadows as the moon rose overhead. Arya stood near the tree line, her heart pounding softly against her ribs. Her clan gathered in the clearing beyond, celebrating the moon's arrival with a shifting ceremony. Arya couldn't join them. Not yet. The infection was unpredictable under the moon's gaze. She couldn't risk exposing her unstable shifts. the gap in floodlighting. Instead, she slipped into the forest. The trees whispered around her as she moved silently beneath the canopy. She wasn't hunting Luca tonight. She was searching for answers. Arya's senses stretched out into the darkness, catching faint traces of Luca's scent. He was nearby. Looking for me? His voice drifted from behind her, and Arya spun sharply, her dagger already drawn. Luca emerged from the shadows, shirtless, his body littered with faint scars that glowed beneath the moonlight. His wolfish grin was infuriatingly calm. "You should leave," Arya said coldly. "Can't," Luca replied, stepping closer. "I didn't come here to fight." Arya's grip tightened on the blade. "Then why are you here?" Luca's amber eyes flickered with something unreadable. "To finish what I started." Chapter 2. Beneath the Skin. The moon hung low, slicing through the trees like a silver blade, and Arya could feel its pull gnawing at her bones. The infection made her hyper-aware of it. Of him. Luca's presence hummed in the darkness, steady and unsettling. Arya's grip on the dagger tightened as Luca stepped forward. The bastard walked with the kind of confidence that pissed her off, like the forest bent to his will. His bare chest glistened under the moonlight, scars decorating his skin like war medals. "Finish what you started." Arya's voice was sharp, cutting through the space between them. "The hell does that mean?" Luca smirked. "You already know." Arya cursed under her breath. His eyes lingered on her. Too long. Too damn intense. She wasn't sure if he wanted to kill her or kiss her. Maybe both. "Is this some twisted game to you, Luca?" she snarled. "You bit me. I could tear your throat out for that." "You could try." The heat in his voice made her pulse spike, but she ignored it, circling him like a predator stalking prey. Luca didn't move, didn't flinch. His muscles coiled beneath his skin, ready for whatever came next. "Why did you do it?" Arya pressed. The anger in her voice masked the doubt creeping up her spine. "Biting me. What the fuck were you thinking?" Luca's smirk faded, and something darker flickered in his eyes. "I wasn't thinking, Arya. That's the point. When the shift takes over, it doesn't ask for permission." "Bullshit." Luca stepped closer, his gaze locking with hers. "You think I wanted this?" He gestured to the jagged scars along his ribs. "You think I wanted to lose control and leave you like that?" Arya opened her mouth to fire back, but she couldn't. The memory of his fangs sinking into her shoulder burned fresh in her mind. The heat of his breath against her skin. The way his body trembled as if he'd fought it. Just for a second. Her fingers brushed the scar through the fabric of her shirt. "Why didn't you kill me after?" she asked, softer this time. Luca's jaw tightened. "Because I'm not the monster you think I am." Arya's laugh was cold, bitter. "Could have fooled me." She felt it again, the strange tension that crackled between them, like two storms circling each other, bound to collide. Luca's eyes tracked the rise and fall of her chest, his breathing shallow. Arya took a step closer, her blade just brushing the surface of his skin. Luca didn't pull away. Alix glanced at him. "If I'm turning," she whispered, "you'll regret not finishing me off." His lips curved into something dangerous. "I don't regret much when it comes to you." Before she could respond, Luca moved, fast. His hand gripped her wrist, twisting the dagger away with an ease that sent fury spiking through her veins. She spun, slamming her elbow into his ribs, but Luca barely grunted. He shoved her against a tree, pinning her with the weight of his body. "Let me go," Arya growled, struggling against him. Let me go. Luca's breath ghosted her neck, his voice low and rough. Careful what you wish for. Arya shifted beneath him, but the infection made her slower than usual. Her wolf form flickered just beneath the surface, but she fought it, forcing herself to stay human. Luca's gaze dipped to her mouth for a fraction of a second before he finally stepped back, releasing her. Next time you pull a blade on me, Arya? He let the warning hang between them, his eyes glinting like molten gold. Arya wiped the back of her hand across her mouth, glaring. Next time, I won't miss. Luca laughed softly, but it wasn't cruel. It was knowing. Don't follow me, she warned, as she turned on her heel. You sure about that? Luca's voice trailed behind her. You might need me before this is over. I don't need shit from you. The forest swallowed her footsteps. But Arya could still feel Luca's eyes on her, long after she left him standing alone beneath the moon. The village was quiet by the time she returned, save for the distant sound of drums echoing from the ceremony site. She kept to the shadows, avoiding Dax and the others. Her head ached, and the infection flared again. She gritted her teeth, pushing through the pain as she slipped into her cabin. But the moment she crossed the threshold, Arya doubled over, clutching her ribs as her body convulsed. Fuck, she hissed, biting down hard enough to taste blood. The shift wanted out. She collapsed onto the floor, claws tearing at the wood as her bones twisted unnaturally. Fur rippled across her skin, fading in and out as she shifted between half-forms. Neither panther nor wolf, but something trapped in between. Her breaths came in ragged gasps as she fought the change. Her reflection in the mirror shifted grotesquely, eyes flashing gold, fangs lengthening before retracting. She slammed her fist into the floor, splinters stabbing into her palm. Control it. The infection was winning. She had barely regained her composure when the door creaked open behind her. Dax. He stepped inside, his eyes narrowing the second he saw her. Arya? His voice was cautious. Are you? She wiped the blood from her mouth, straightening with effort. I'm fine, she said. Dax's gaze dropped to the claw marks, gouged into the floor. Yeah, you look fine. Don't start. Dax crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. His expression was unreadable, but there was something harder behind his usual calm exterior. I ran into Luca tonight, Dax said casually. Arya's heart skipped. Oh, she replied, keeping her tone light. Mentioned you two had a little encounter. She cursed silently. Of course, Luca had to open his big mouth. What did he say? Well, Dax's eyes flashed. Enough to know he's still breathing. That's more than I can say for the others who crossed your path. Arya met his gaze. If I wanted him dead, he'd be dead. Dax pushed off the wall, stepping closer until he was right in front of her. Luca is dangerous, Dax said quietly. His voice threaded with something almost protective. I don't trust him. And I sure as hell don't trust what you might be feeling. And her eyes narrowed. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Dax's stare didn't waver. You know exactly what it means. Type. Arya held his gaze for a long moment, neither of them backing down. But Dax wasn't wrong. And that scared her more than she was willing to admit. The door slammed behind Dax, leaving Arya alone with the echo of his warning. Oh. Her reflection in the mirror caught her attention. The faint gold still lingered around the edges of her irises, the bite mark on her shoulder pulsing faintly beneath her shirt. She shoved her dagger onto the table with a curse, the frustration bubbling over. Luke is dangerous. No shit, said. But the real danger wasn't Luca. It was what she was becoming. Arya dragged a chair across the room and slumped into it, pressing the heel of her palm into her forehead. Sleep threatened to pull her under, but she couldn't risk it. Not when the infection was clawing at the edges of her mind. A sudden sharp knock rattled the cabin door. She froze. Arya, Luca's voice drifted through the wood, low and unmistakable. For a moment, she considered ignoring him. Hell, she almost shifted, just to avoid dealing with him in human form. But curiosity, or maybe something more dangerous, forced her hand. When she opened the door, Luca leaned against the frame, arms crossed and eyes gleaming faintly in the dark. The forest wind ruffled his hair, making him look every bit the untamed rogue he was. Arya's grip on the door tightened. "What the hell are you doing here?" Luca's gaze slid lazily over her shoulder, scanning the room behind her. "I wanted to make sure you weren't dead yet." "Sorry to disappoint," she snapped. "I'm still breathing." Luca's smirk widened, and something about it made her want to punch him. Or kiss him, and she wasn't sure which idea pissed her off more. Sounding. "You gonna let me in, or we doing this dance in the doorway all night?" he asked casually, though his eyes burned with something sharper. Arya debated it for longer than she should have. Finally she stepped aside, waving him in. "Fine, but make it quick." Luca brushed past her, his bare shoulders briefly grazing hers as he entered. The heat of his skin lingered longer than she wanted to admit. Her eyes scanned him over like a search looking for Rickard. "You're bold showing up here," Arya said, shutting the door. "Dax already smells you on me. He's ready to slit your throat." Luca chuckled, dropping into the chair she'd just abandoned. "Dax has been trying to kill me for years. Let him try." Exit. Arya crossed her arms, leaning against the table. "So, what's this really about? You don't strike me as the concerned type." Luca's playful demeanor faded slightly, his amber eyes locked onto hers with unsettling intensity. "You're changing," he said bluntly. "Faster than I expected." She sighed while her eyes roamed over his body. Her heart skipped, but she masked the reaction with a scowl. "I'm handling it." "Are you?" Luca's gaze flicked to the floor, where faint claw marks still etched into the wood. The rhythm. Arya ground her teeth, stepping in front of his view. "You don't know anything about me." Luca leaned forward slowly, elbows resting on his knees. "I know enough." The heat between them stretched thin, heavy with things left unsaid. Death is something no language can describe. "Let's cut the shit," Arya muttered. "Why did you bite me, Luca? What aren't you telling me?" He held her stare for a long moment, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. Finally, Luca stood, moving closer until the space between them narrowed dangerously. "I bit you," he murmured, his voice barely above a growl, "because I didn't have a choice." Her breath hitched. "Bullshit," she whispered. His hand lifted, brushing faintly against the fabric near her collarbone. The heat of his palm lingered, and for a brief, dangerous second, she didn't move. "Have you heard the movie, By the Bridge?" "You felt it," Luca said, his voice rough but steady. "When I bit you, it wasn't just the shift, Arya. It was something else." She swallowed hard, the memory flickering in her mind. The raw sensation of his fangs sinking into her shoulder, the way her body reacted, burning with something deeper than pain. "You're lying," she said. But even as the words left her mouth, they tasted hollow. Luca's eyes darkened, dropping to her lips, for just a second before returning to her gaze. "If I was lying," Luca whispered, "why can't you look away?" Her heart slammed against her ribs. "Because I'm thinking about stabbing you again," she growled. Luca's smirk returned, but this time, it wasn't playful. It was darker, more dangerous. Maybe next time, he said softly, stepping back. Arya released the breath she didn't realize she was holding. Luca turned toward the door, pausing just as his hand gripped the handle. "There's something coming," he said over his shoulder. "You can feel it, can't you?" She clenched her jaw. She did feel it. An unease lingered in the air, pressing down like the weight of an oncoming storm. "What is it?" Arya asked reluctantly. Luca's eyes met hers one last time, glowing faintly in the dark. Or the door shut quietly behind him, leaving Arya alone with the knowledge that her world was about to change. Again. And she wasn't sure she could survive it.
Chapter 3, The Weight of the Moon. The sky was clear by the time Arya slipped into the forest, but the weight in her chest made it hard to breathe. Luca's parting words echoed in her mind. "Is your name?" Huh? It wasn't just a warning, it was a promise. Her feet moved instinctively along the narrow path weaving through the trees. The wind whispered, tugging at the strands of her hair as the village lights disappeared behind her. Every step felt heavier, as if the infection burrowed deeper beneath her skin with each passing hour. And she found that she didn't even realize it until the darkness came close to town. She should have stayed in bed, but sleep wasn't coming tonight. Arya's pulse quickened as the moon rose higher, brushing against her senses like a lover's touch. It tugged at her core, urging her to shift, to run wild beneath its glow. But she ignored it, forcing herself to stay human. Plucking up her courage, she asked Leora. If she shifted now, there was no telling what she'd become. Pacing through the woods alone at night, Luca's voice drifted from the shadows, smooth and damn near smug. "You have a death wish, or are you just hoping to run into me again?" Arya's fist clenched before she even turned. Luca stood at the edge of a clearing, arms crossed, golden eyes reflecting the moonlight like twin flames. The loose shirt he wore hung open slightly, exposing the scar along his collarbone. The one she'd given him 2 years ago. "I wasn't looking for you," Arya muttered, brushing past him. "But since you're here, I'd gladly take another swing." Luca grinned. "Careful, I might start thinking you're obsessed with me." Arya shot him a glare, but he fell into step beside her anyway, the soft crunch of leaves trailing behind him. "What do you want, Luca?" she snapped. "Maybe I like the company. Try someone else." Luca chuckled. "Trust me, Arya, I don't think anyone else in this pack wants to talk to me." She didn't miss the bitterness laced beneath his words. The pack. Luca's rogue status wasn't by choice. His former pack had cast him out long ago. At least, that's what the rumors said. She never pressed him for the truth, but his scars spoke louder than words. "You're still hanging around their borders," Arya said after a moment. "You could leave." "I could," Luca replied. "But something tells me you'd miss me." Arya stopped abruptly, spinning to face him. "I wouldn't." Luca tilted his head, the wolf in his gaze burning hotter. "Wouldn't you?" The space between them crackled. Arya's heart slammed harder against her ribs. Him. Luca's gaze dipped briefly to her neck, the faintest trace of his mark still visible just beneath her collarbone. Her body tensed. Arya stepped back, creating distance. "I need answers," she said, pushing the tension aside. "You've been dodging me since the bite. No more games, Luca." Luca's smirk faded. His amber eyes met hers, serious now. "All right," he said quietly. Let's walk." They moved deeper into the woods, the path winding along the river's edge. The village's flickering torchlights were barely visible in the distance. Luca walked silently beside her, his hands tucked into his pockets. For once, the cocky smirk was gone. She had to turn her head as she faced him and sat up quickly, his eyebrows raised. I know what's happening to you, Luca said finally. The infection. It's not like turning a human. It's worse. Arya's jaw tightened. Well, you're not a typical shifter anymore, Luca continued. You're changing. Your body's fighting it, but it won't last forever. Arya swallowed hard, staring at the ground. Well, I feel it, she admitted softly. It's like I'm losing control. Every time the moon rises, I can barely stay human. Luca nodded grimly. The wolf, he said. Even for shifters, the bite warps you. It sinks into your blood, changing how you shift, how you think. Arya glanced at him sharply. You sound like you've seen it before. I have. Luca's gaze darkened. It doesn't end well. Silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. So what happens now? Arya asked quietly. Do I turn into one of you? Is that it? Luca's jaw clenched. He stopped, turning to face her fully beneath the glow of the moon. Maybe, he said. Or maybe you become something worse. Arya's heart skipped. Worse? Luca stepped closer, his eyes unreadable. Hybrids, he said, the word falling like a curse. You've heard the stories. Trans shifters infected by werewolves were rare. And those who survived the transformation were unstable, violent. They didn't belong to either world. Arya's pulse quickened. I won't let that happen. She muttered. Luca studied her carefully, and for once there was no teasing in his gaze, just cold, hard truth. Let me help you, Luca said. Arya's eyes narrowed. I don't need your help. Luca's hand brushed her arm lightly, but the heat of his touch lingered. You do, he said softly. Even if you won't admit it. Her breath hitched, and for a brief moment, Arya forgot how to respond. But the air shifted suddenly. Luca's head snapped toward the trees, his muscles tensing. Was it? Arya whispered. Luca's eyes flashed gold, his senses sharper now. You're not alone, he growled. Arya's hand flew to the dagger at her waist as the sound of rustling leaves echoed around them. A low snarl broke the silence. From the shadows, a pack of glowing eyes emerged. Wolves. But not Luca's. Rogues. Luca stepped in front of her, his body coiling with tension. Stay close, he said, his voice rough and guttural. Arya's grip tightened on her dagger as the wolves circled, their growls vibrating through the forest. Or aroused by one of them shifted, a man, tall and broad, with jagged scars running down his neck. His eyes locked onto Luca. Alpha doesn't like you sniffing around his territory, Luca, the rogue said with a sneer. Luca bared his teeth, the shift teasing beneath his skin. Yeah, Luca growled. He can come tell me himself. The rogue chuckled darkly, but his gaze flicked to Arya. And who's this? None of your fucking business, Luca snapped. The rogue's smile widened. I think she is. Before Luca could react, the rogue lunged.
The rogue's lunge was too fast for a normal human. His form twisted mid-air, bones cracking as he shifted violently, fur bursting through his skin. Luca barely had time to shove Arya behind him before the wolf crashed into him, teeth snapping inches from his throat. Arya stumbled back, heart slamming against her ribs as Luca's body twisted and contorted in front of her. His transformation wasn't graceful like hers. It was brutal, wild. His snarl echoed through the forest as fur rippled over his muscles. claws erupting from his fingertips. Shit. Two wolves now circled each other, fangs bared, eyes burning with the violent glow of the moon. Arya's dagger felt small and useless in her hand. She could shift to become something faster, deadlier, but the infection made it risky. She gritted her teeth. No time to hesitate. The shift rolled over her like fire under her skin. Her bones popped, stretching unnaturally as fur replaced flesh. Arya hit the ground on all fours, her panther form sleek and dark against the silver backdrop of the moonlit forest. The rogue snarled in her direction, but Luca snapped at him, driving him backward. "He's mine." Luca's voice cut through the bond that tied them, thin but undeniable. Arya circled them, muscles tense. Two more wolves slunk from the shadows, teeth bared and growls low in their throats. Perfect. Luca lunged, colliding with the rogue in a blur of fur and claws. They hit the ground hard, rolling through the underbrush, biting and tearing at each other. The other wolves wasted no time, charging at Arya. She met them head-on. The first wolf snapped at her flank, but Arya twisted, raking her claws across his muzzle. He yelped, but the second wolf barreled into her side, knocking her against a tree. Arya hissed, launching herself forward. Her jaws closed around the second wolf's shoulder, teeth sinking deep, until the coppery tang of blood filled her mouth. The wolf yelled, twisting away, but she pressed harder, pinning him beneath her. The infection flared inside her. Her grip tightened involuntarily, jaws locking down harder. Too hard. A faint pulse of panic shot through her chest. She almost let go, but the wolf thrashed beneath her, forcing her fangs deeper. His heartbeat hammered violently against her tongue. "I can't stop." Her vision blurred. The infection stirred, and for a terrifying second, she felt herself losing grip not just on him, but on reality. Arya let him go. Luca's voice cut through the haze. She blinked, her jaw loosening just enough for the wolf to scramble away, limping and bleeding as he fled into the trees. Arya staggered back, panting hard. Her head spun, and the edges of her vision wavered. The taste of blood lingered on her tongue. Luca's wolf form loomed nearby, fur matted and glistening with cuts. The rogue lay limp beneath him, chest heaving. Luca growled low in his throat, pressing his claws into the rogue's neck. His golden eyes flashed toward Arya. "Shift back." Arya hesitated, but the weight of his gaze held her. With effort, she forced the panther away, bones twisting painfully as she returned to her human form. Her legs trembled beneath her, but she straightened, wiping the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand. Luca shifted a moment later, his transformation smoother this time. He crouched over the rogue, pressing one knee into the wolf's chest. The rogue, now human again, grunted, his lips curled into a defiant snarl despite the blood trailing from his mouth. "You've been busy," Luca growled, tightening his grip. "I should kill you right now for crossing into this territory." The rogue spat blood onto the ground. "Then do it." Luca didn't move. His gaze flicked to Arya for a brief second, barely noticeable, but enough for the rogue to catch it. "Ah," the rogue rasped, grinning through bloody teeth. "That's why you're holding back. You're protecting her." Arya's dagger was in her hand before she realized it. She crouched beside Luca, pressing the blade against the rogue's throat. "Say that again," she whispered, her voice low and dangerous. The rogue's grin widened. "It's not a secret, sweetheart. I can smell it on you. You've been marked." Luca's grip tightened around the rogue's throat, his claws digging in just enough to draw a thin trickle of blood. "You need to leave," Luca growled. "Now." The rogue's cocky expression faltered, and he nodded stiffly. Luca pulled back, letting him crawl to his feet. The rogue glanced at Arya one last time. "Careful, little panther. Once the infection takes hold, he won't be able to protect you from yourself." Before she could respond, the rogue shifted back into his wolf form, limping away into the night. Arya watched him disappear into the trees, dagger still clenched tightly in her fist. The weight of Luca's gaze pulled her attention back to him. "I could have killed him," she muttered. "You're not ready," Luca said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes lingered on her shoulder, where the faint scar from his bite still peeked beneath her shirt. Arya caught his gaze and narrowed her eyes, stopped staring at it. Luca smirked, but there was something else in his expression: concern, maybe even regret. "You're getting stronger," Luca said. "But that's not always a good thing." Arya huffed, tucking the dagger away. "I don't need your concern." "No," Luca replied, stepping closer. His fingers brushed against her wrist lightly. "But you have it anyway." The soft touch made her stomach flip in a way she wasn't ready to deal with. Luca's golden eyes burned into hers, and for a long moment, neither of them moved. The forest around them was quiet again, but Arya knew the peace wouldn't last. The rogue had been right about one thing: whatever was happening to her, Luca wouldn't be able to stop it. She wasn't sure anyone could. Chapter 4. Under the Skin. 1. The Faya Beneath. The river cut through the forest like a silver thread beneath the moonlight. Arya knelt at the edge, her palms pressing into the cool, damp earth as she splashed water onto her face. The coppery taste of blood still lingered on her tongue, refusing to wash away no matter how many times she rinsed her mouth. She stared at her reflection, but the eyes staring back weren't entirely hers. Gold flickered beneath the surface, wild, untamed. "Damn it," she muttered, dragging her fingers through her hair. Luca stood a few feet behind her, leaning casually against a tree. His shirt was gone, torn during the fight, leaving his scarred chest exposed to the night air. His gaze was steady, but there was something else beneath it. But not just pure nostalgia. I gazed lingeringly at him. Arya felt his eyes burning into her back, even as she tried to ignore him. "You keep looking at me like that, Luca," she said, "and I might assume you want another fight." A low chuckle rumbled from him. "That wasn't the kind of fight I had in mind." Her heart skipped. Damn him, for that voice, smooth as sin, always edged with just enough heat to make her forget that she wanted to kill him half the time. Arya straightened, turning to face him. "Then stop staring." "I will," Luca replied, "when you stop pretending you don't feel it." She opened her mouth to snap something sharp in return, but the words caught in her throat. Luca's eyes locked onto hers. Dark gold, heated. The tension between them thickened like a storm waiting to break. Her body betrayed her. A pulse of heat slid beneath her skin, pulling her toward him, even as her brain screamed to keep her distance. "You're impossible," Arya growled, brushing past him. Luca caught her wrist, his grip firm but gentle. "Arya." The sound of her name in his voice tugged at something low in her stomach. She should have pulled away, but her body stilled beneath his touch. His hand slid slowly down her arm, his fingers grazing the bare skin near her shoulder where his bite scarred her. The brush of his thumb made her breath hitch. "I feel it too," Luca said softly, voice rough with something she wasn't sure how to handle. "Every time I see you." Arya swallowed hard, fighting the wildfire burning beneath her skin. "This isn't—" "It is," Luca interrupted, stepping closer. His breath ghosted over the curve of her neck, sending a shiver racing down her spine. "You know it is." She hated how much she wanted to lean into him. Her control slipped, just for a second, and she found herself inches away from his mouth. Luca's lips brushed against hers, soft at first, testing, waiting for her to pull back. She didn't. Arya's hands found his chest, fingers curling against the warm skin. The scars beneath her touch only grounded her further, pulling her into the heat between them. Luca's mouth slanted over hers, harder this time, as if the fragile thread holding him back snapped all at once. His hands slid to her waist, tugging her flesh against him. Her heart pounded. The taste of him, wild and dangerous, flooded her senses. For once she didn't want to fight it. Luca's grip tightened, lifting her slightly as he backed her against the tree. Aria's back pressed into the rough bark, but she barely felt it. His mouth trailed lower, tracing the curve of her jaw, the dip of her neck, where his mark lingered. Her breath hitched when his teeth grazed the sensitive skin near her shoulder, right over the scar. "You're playing with fire," she whispered. Luca's lips curled into a faint smirk against her skin. "I always have been." His hand slid beneath her shirt, warm against her stomach, rough fingertips dragging higher until... Now, Luca's head jerked up sharply. His golden eyes flicked toward the tree line, muscles tensing beneath Aria's hands. Then, "What is it?" she whispered, still catching her breath. Luca didn't respond immediately. His nostrils flared, head tilting slightly as he listened to the silence that stretched over the forest. Then, barely audible, Aria heard it too. Footsteps. "Stay behind me." Luca growled, the warmth in his voice replaced by cold steel. Aria shifted to his side, ignoring the warning. "Like hell I will." The sound of rustling grew louder, and from the shadows emerged 3 figures, not wolves, humans. But Aria could smell the difference immediately. Shifters. The tallest of the 3, a dark-haired woman, stepped forward, her gaze locking onto Aria's shoulder. The scar. Her eyes narrowed. "Well," the woman said, voice smooth as silk but sharp as glass. "Didn't expect to find you out here, Luca, and with such interesting company." Luca's body blocked part of Aria from view, his hand still resting protectively at her waist. "What do you want, Celine?" Luca's voice was low, threaded with irritation. Celine's gaze drifted lazily from Luca to Aria, lips curling into a faint smirk. "The Alpha's been curious about your little pet," she said, tilting her head toward Aria. "Word travels fast." "Ha!" Aria croaked. Aria stiffened. "Pet?" Luca's growl vibrated through his chest. "Watch your mouth." It was incomprehensible to them. Celine's smile widened. "Touchy? Wonder why that is." The other 2 shifters stepped forward, muscles coiled and ready for a fight. Luca shifted slightly, pressing Aria back just enough to shield her. "We're not interested in whatever game you're playing," Luca growled. "So turn around and go back to your pack before this gets messy." Selina's eyes gleamed. "Messy's exactly what the Alpha wants." Before Luca could respond, Celine shifted in one fluid motion. Fur exploded over her skin, her bones snapping into place as she lunged, faster than Aria expected. Luca intercepted, shifting just as quickly. They collided mid-air, a blur of fur and teeth. The 2 other shifters shifted as well, their focus zeroing in on Aria. Aria's shift wasn't as smooth. The infection made it unpredictable. Her limbs stretched awkwardly before settling into her panther form. Her claws dug into the dirt as the wolves circled her. "Come on then," she thought, baring her fangs. The first wolf lunged, and Aria met him head-on. The forest roared to life in a blur of fur and claws. Aria's panther form twisted as the first wolf lunged, jaws snapping just inches from her throat. Her muscles coiled and she slashed, claws raking across his muzzle. Blood splattered the ground, and the wolf yelped, stumbling back. One down. But there was no time to breathe. The second wolf circled behind her, lunging for her hind leg. Aria pivoted, swiping at him, but his teeth found purchase in her shoulder. Pain flared, white-hot and sharp. She snarled, twisting violently, tearing herself free. Her shoulder burned where his teeth had sunk in, but the infection already buzzing in her veins drowned it out. The wolf licked the blood from his fangs, growling low and circling her once more. Above the chaos, Luca's wolf collided with Celine, their bodies rolling through the underbrush. Snarls and the crack of snapping bones echoed through the clearing. Celine's wolf was sleek and silver, but Luca's was larger, darker a shadow beneath the moon. Focus. Arya barely ducked in time as the second wolf lunged again, fangs aiming for her neck. Her back slammed into the trunk of a tree as the wolf pinned her. His breath reeked of blood, his teeth inches from her jugular. Her panther form twisted, legs kicking into his ribs, and with a guttural roar, she flipped him onto his back, landing atop him. Her claws dug into his side. She hesitated. "Finish it." The words weren't hers. Luca's voice sliced through her mind, distant but commanding. The wolf beneath her thrashed, snapping at her face. Arya's jaws closed around his throat, teeth piercing fur, and she tasted blood again, hot and metallic. Her grip tightened. The infection flared, and something darker slithered through her veins. Her fangs pressed deeper, her vision swimming as if she were drifting too far beneath the surface. She felt good. Too good. "Arya, stop." The voice was Luca's again, but this time it wasn't an order. It was a plea. Her grip loosened, and the wolf beneath her gasped as she released him. He scrambled away, limping and bleeding but alive. Arya staggered back, panting heavily. Her panther form shimmered, unstable, flickering between human and beast. The heat, the desire to kill, still pulsed beneath her skin, barely contained. She lifted her head, locking eyes with Luca across the clearing. He stood over Celine, his wolf form towering over her limp body. Blood dripped from his muzzle, but he wasn't breathing heavily. He hadn't killed her, just left her broken, bruised, and humiliated. Luca shifted back slowly, bare feet pressing into the dirt. He didn't take his eyes off Arya, watching as she forced the shift away, and returned to her human form. Her knees buckled slightly, but she stayed upright, gripping a low-hanging branch for balance. Celine groaned, shifting back, clutching her side as she staggered to her feet. Her eyes burned with hatred as she spat blood into the grass. "This isn't over," she hissed. Luca's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, it is." Celine shot one last glance at Arya, her expression twisted with something close to recognition, or maybe fear. Then she turned, limping into the darkness with her remaining wolf at her side. The clearing fell silent. Arya didn't realize she was trembling until Luca's hand brushed against her arm. "You let him go," Luca said softly, his thumb grazing over her bruised shoulder. Arya shrugged. "So did you?" His golden eyes met hers, searching. "That's not the same." The heat still simmering between them shifted, becoming something else entirely. "Did you want me to kill him?" Arya asked quietly. Luca's gaze dropped to her lips for a fraction of a second before returning to her eyes. "No," he said. "I wanted to know if you could." Her heart stumbled. "Why does it matter?" Luca's hand drifted lower, his fingers grazing her side, lingering just above the hem of her shirt. "Because," he said, voice rough, "whatever's inside you, it's growing." Arya swallowed, her body betraying her once again as his touch sent a shiver racing down her spine. "And if I lose control?" she asked. Luca's hand tightened slightly at her waist, pulling her just an inch closer. "Then I'll stop you," he said. But the way he said it, soft, dangerous, made her wonder if that was a lie. Arya's breathing slowed, her pulse drumming steadily beneath her skin. Luca's gaze lingered on her mouth again, and she didn't pull away when he leaned in, closing the space between them. His lips brushed against hers, light, teasing, just enough to leave her breathless. Arya's hands pressed against his chest, but not to push him away. She curled her fingers against his skin, dragging her nails faintly down the length of his stomach. Luca growled low, deepening the kiss as his arms slid fully around her, lifting her effortlessly. Her back pressed into the rough bark of the nearest tree, but she barely felt it. His mouth moved to her neck, tracing the scar his bite had left. "You're a pain in the ass," Arya whispered, breathless, as his teeth grazed the sensitive spot beneath her ear. Luca grinned against her skin. You love it. Arya didn't argue. Her legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer as the fire beneath her skin burned hotter than ever. For once she let it. Chapter 5. The Edge of Control. The sun dipped low on the horizon, bathing the forest in deep amber hues. The warmth of Luca's skin still lingered against Arya's, a ghost of their collision beneath the moon. Her heart had barely slowed since, the memory of his mouth on her neck seared into her like a brand. But the fire that smoldered between them wasn't enough to drown out the nagging truth that had settled into her bones. She was changing, faster than she should have been, and it scared the shit out of her. Arya crouched at the edge of the riverbank, trailing her fingers through the water. The coolness bit into her skin, grounding her as the infection pulsed faintly beneath her ribs. Luca stood a few feet away, watching her in silence. His arms crossed over his chest. You've been quiet, he said, breaking the stillness. Arya glanced at him. His shirt was still missing, dark bruises beginning to blossom across his ribs from the fight with Selene. The fading light caught the jagged scars carved into his chest, marks of past battles and deeper betrayals. You expecting me to chat after what happened? Arya asked, flicking water in his direction. Luca smirked but didn't dodge the droplets. Considering you wrapped your legs around me 2 hours ago, yeah. I thought we'd at least pretend it didn't fuck with your head. Arya narrowed her eyes. You've got a real ego problem, Luca. And you've got a denial problem. So she clenched her jaw, not bothering to argue. He wasn't wrong. Luca stepped closer, crouching beside her. His gaze drifted to her shoulder, where his bite mark had faded into a faint scar. One that hadn't healed, the way a shifter wound should have. How bad is it? He asked softly, brushing his fingers against the scar. The heat of his touch made her shiver, but Arya forced herself to stay still. How's life? It's not bad, she lied. Luca's eyes flicked to hers, narrowing slightly. Bullshit. Her lips twitched. Is this what you do now? Call me out every 5 minutes? Only when you're full of shit. His hand lingered on her shoulder, thumb grazing over the scar in slow, deliberate strokes. For a second, Arya let her eyes close, allowing herself to sink into the warmth radiating from him. Luca had a way of making the infection feel like it wasn't eating her alive. Like she wasn't seconds from losing control every time the moon crept higher in the sky. But the moment passed too quickly. Arya shifted, pulling away from his touch. I can handle it, she said, standing. I've dealt with worse. Luca rose with her, his gaze never leaving her face. That's not the point. Then what is the point? She snapped, frustration boiling over. The point is, you're not alone in this, Arya. His voice dipped lower, rougher. You don't have to fight it by yourself. What brought this version of Kaylee out? Her chest tightened, and for a moment, she thought about telling him the truth, that the infection wasn't just spreading. It was sinking deeper, threatening to unravel the fragile balance between her shifter form and the wolf that wasn't supposed to exist inside her. But the words stuck in her throat. Luca wouldn't understand. Hell, she barely understood it. Instead, Arya turned toward the trees, letting the silence stretch between them. Let's move, she said, over her shoulder. We've wasted enough time. Luca didn't argue. But the tension that followed them into the woods felt heavier than it had before. Like something unspoken lingered just beneath the surface. And Arya wasn't sure how much longer she could keep it there. The deeper they moved into the forest, the stronger the pull of the moon became. Arya could feel it pressing against her skin, tugging at the infection that simmered beneath her surface. Her shifts were becoming erratic, unstable. Her body was trying to tell her it wasn't she had to go to work. Luca's presence helped, but not enough. By the time they reached the river crossing, Arya's legs were trembling, her breaths coming faster than she wanted to admit. Heels. Luca noticed. "You need to rest," he said, stopping beside her. "I'm fine." "You're not." Arya glared at him. "Don't start," Luca growled softly, stepping into her space until her back hit the nearest tree. "What? You're shaking," he said, voice low. "And don't give me that tough act. I've seen you bleed enough times to know when you're about to break." She closed her eyes. Her heart stuttered. Luca's hand pressed flat against the bark beside her head, his other resting against her waist. "Relax," he muttered. She hated how her body responded to him, how easily the tension in her shoulders melted beneath his touch. Luca leaned in, his breath warm against her ear. You're not used to someone worrying about you, are you?" Arya swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet his gaze. "I don't need anyone's protection." Luca's eyes softened slightly, but the heat behind them didn't fade. "You're right," he said, brushing his thumb along the curve of her jaw. "You don't. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna fucking give it." Her breath caught as Luca's lips hovered inches from hers. The heat that simmered between them finally snapped, and before she could think twice, Arya closed the distance, crashing her mouth against his. Luca growled softly, his arms tightening around her waist, pulling her closer. The kiss was rough, desperate, like neither of them could hold back any longer. Arya's hands slid up his chest, nails grazing over the scars she'd traced in the moonlight. Luca's grip tightened, his mouth trailing down the column of her neck. "You're a damn distraction," she muttered, breathless. Luca smirked against her skin. "Takes one to know one." His teeth grazed the sensitive spot just beneath her ear, and Arya shivered, her body arching into his. But just as Luca's hand slid beneath her shirt, Arya froze. The infection surged. Her pulse spiked violently, and a sharp, electric burn raced down her spine. Luca felt it too. His body tensed. "Arya?" She shoved him back just as her shift exploded out of control. Fur rippled across her skin, but it wasn't smooth like before. Her form twisted awkwardly, flickering between human and beast. The infection pulled harder, dragging her closer to something wild, something she couldn't stop. "Carloy does help." Luca's eyes widened, but he didn't move away. "Breathe," he said calmly, stepping closer. "You've got this." I don't," Arya snarled, her voice distorting, as the wolf inside her howled to break free. Luca's hands cupped her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. "I'm right here," he said softly. "Let it happen." And for once, Arya didn't fight it. The shift tore through Arya like wildfire, burning beneath her skin as her body twisted violently. She barely registered Luca's hands gripping her arms, grounding her as fur rippled across her back, then receded just as quickly. Her bones stretched unnaturally, snapping into half-formed shapes before breaking apart again. The infection flared, and for a brief, terrifying moment she wasn't sure if she was shifting into a wolf, panther, or something else entirely. Her eyes met Luca's, glowing gold in the dark. His grip stayed firm, his breath steady despite the chaos unraveling in front of him. He's not afraid. She should have been grateful. Instead, frustration flooded her veins. "Let go," she snarled, shoving him back as another violent ripple spread beneath her skin. Luca didn't budge, His hand slid down to her waist, holding her steady even as she trembled under the force of the shifting. "You think I'm just going to let you fall apart out here alone?" Luca growled, his breath hot against her ear. "Not a fucking chance." Aria's claws dug into the bark of the tree behind her as she doubled over, her teeth elongating briefly before snapping back. The shifts were incomplete, jagged, and unstable, as if her body couldn't decide what it wanted to become. Panic crept in, but she swallowed it down. "I can handle it," Aria hissed, but the strain in her voice betrayed the lie. Luca's grip tightened around her waist, dragging her closer. "Then prove it. But you're not doing this without me." She looked up sharply, and for a second, she wanted to rip him apart, tear at the arrogance that radiated off him like heat. But the fire burning in his eyes wasn't arrogance, it was something else. Trust. The shift slowed beneath his touch, the frantic snapping of her bones easing into a dull ache. Luca's hand slid lower, rough fingertips tracing the scars on her lower back. "You feel that?" he whispered. "You're still human, Aria, still in control." Her breath hitched as his mouth hovered near the pulse at her neck, his lips brushing the sensitive skin just below her jawline. "God damn him!" The heat between them ignited again, and this time Aria didn't fight it. Her hands fisted in Luca's hair, dragging his mouth to hers. The kiss was rough, messy, and full of frustration, but it was grounding. Luca growled low in his throat, pressing her back into the tree as his hands slid beneath her shirt, fingers grazing bare skin. The fever burning inside her shifted into something else entirely. Luca's mouth moved lower, nipping at her collarbone, tracing the faint outline of his bite mark with his tongue. Aria gasped, tangling her fingers in his hair as the infection buzzed faintly beneath her ribs. "Keep doing that, and I'm going to shift again," she warned breathlessly. Luca grinned against her skin. "I'm willing to take that risk." His hand slipped higher beneath her shirt, but just as his fingers grazed the curve of her breast, Aria froze. Her ears twitched. Luca noticed immediately. His head snapped up, eyes flashing gold as he scanned the tree line. "You heard it too," he muttered. Aria nodded silently. The infection still simmered, but the sound that echoed faintly through the trees pulled her focus like a thread unraveling in the dark. Footsteps. Slow, steady. Not shifters. She could smell the difference. Whoever was out there wasn't from her clan. Luca shifted slightly, positioning himself between Aria and the noise without a word. "Stay here," he said under his breath. Aria snorted. "Not a fucking chance." Luca shot her a glare, but Aria already had her dagger in hand, stepping forward quietly as the footsteps grew louder. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, broad, and human. His dark hair hung low, almost obscuring the jagged scar that stretched from his brow to his jawline. His eyes locked onto Aria immediately. "Well," the stranger drawled, his voice smooth as glass, "if it isn't Luca's little project." Luca's growl rumbled low in his chest. "Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of, Cain." Cain. Aria's grip on the dagger tightened. She'd heard Luca mention him once in Omega from Luca's old pack, one Luca had nearly killed. Cain's smirk widened. "I'd love to, but your alpha wants a word with you." Aria's stomach twisted. Luca's muscles coiled, but he didn't move. His eyes flicked to Cain's left, where two more figures stepped into view. Wolves, mid-rankers from the look of them. Celine must have sent word. "Whatever he wants, he can come find me himself," Luca growled. Cain chuckled. "You know that's not how this works. You're rogue, Luca. You don't get to make the rules." Luca took a step forward, his voice dropping lower. "Then tell him this: if he touches Aria, I'll rip his goddamn throat out." Cain's gaze slid lazily to Aria, his eyes lingering on the scar peeking just beneath her collar. "Looks like you already did." Aria's grip on the dagger tightened. She didn't miss the unspoken threat beneath Cain's words, or the way his wolves began to circle, slowly cutting off their escape. Her pulse spiked again, the infection stirring restlessly beneath her skin. Luca's hand brushed against hers briefly, grounding her once more. "Run," he said softly, his voice calm but cold. Aria hesitated, I'm not leaving you. Run. Cain lunged first, shifting mid-air. Luca met him in wolf form, their bodies colliding with a sickening crack. The other wolf shifted and raced toward Arya, but she was already moving. Her panther form erupted before she could stop it, and this time she didn't hold back. Chapter 6. The Hunt. Part 1. Blood and Moonlight. The wind carried the scent of blood through the trees, sharp and unmistakable. Arya's heart pounded in her chest as she sprinted through the dense underbrush, her panther form sleek and silent against the dark. Her ears twitched at the sound of footsteps behind her, heavy, fast, and getting closer. Cain's wolves were relentless, their snarls vibrating through the forest as they closed the distance. She could take one, maybe two, but three? Not a chance in hell. Arya ducked low, twisting between the trees, but one of the wolves was faster. Its claws raked across her hind leg, and pain exploded beneath her skin. She stumbled, but didn't stop, pushing herself harder. Luca, she thought desperately, hoping he could still hear her through the thin tether that had started forming between them. A howl echoed somewhere behind her, distant but rising with unmistakable fury. He was coming, but would he make it in time? The trees thinned ahead, opening into a small clearing. Arya burst through the tree line, panting hard as she skidded to a stop near the base of a jagged rock formation. She shifted back, collapsing onto her hands and knees as the pain from the gash in her leg radiated through her body. "Shit!" she gasped, pressing her palm to the wound. Warm blood coated her fingers, but she barely had time to react before the wolves emerged from the forest. The first circled slowly, golden eyes glowing with hunger. The others flanked him, tongues lolling, teeth gleaming in the moonlight. Arya's hand tightened around the dagger strapped to her thigh. "All right," she muttered under her breath. "Come on, then." The first wolf lunged, and Arya met him mid-air, dagger sinking deep into his side. The wolf yelped, twisting away as she slammed the blade in further, sending him crashing to the ground. One down. But the second wolf hit her from behind, knocking the air from her lungs. They rolled across the dirt, claws tearing at her back as she struggled to keep him from sinking his teeth into her throat. "Get the fuck off me," Arya snarled, shifting partially. Her claws extended, and she slashed across the wolf's ribs, forcing him back with a pained yelp. Her shift flickered, unstable, but she stayed human enough to drive the dagger into his neck, ending it swiftly. Only one wolf remained now. Cain. He didn't lunge. Instead, he shifted, his human form materializing slowly from the shadows. Blood stained his mouth, his dark eyes burning with something twisted. "You're tougher than I thought," Cain mused, stepping over the body of his fallen packmate. "But Luca's not going to make it in time to save you." "Aerth." Arya wiped the blood from her mouth, leveling the dagger at him. "I don't need him to," Cain smirked, his gaze trailing to the scar on her shoulder, the mark Luca's bite had left behind. "What then? You sure about that?" Her grip tightened, but before she could respond, a deafening snarl erupted behind them. Their eyes went wide, uneasy and confused, and their gaze snapped. Luca hit Cain like a wrecking ball, their bodies tumbling across the clearing in a blur of fur and claws. Arya staggered to her feet, watching as Luca's wolf pinned Cain beneath him, teeth bared, dangerously close to his throat. Cain laughed, spitting blood to the side. "Knew you couldn't resist." Luca didn't move, but his snarl deepened. "Shift back, Luca," Arya called softly, stepping closer. "He's done." Luca's wolf hesitated, fur bristling as Cain stared up at him, taunting. But after a long pause, Luca shifted. His human form materialized, muscles taut and blood-streaked, eyes blazing with raw fury. Kane grinned up at him. "Gettin' soft for her, are we?" Luca didn't respond. He drove his fist into Kane's jaw, the sickening crack echoing through the clearing. Kane's body went limp, collapsing into the dirt. "Soft enough for you?" Luca muttered, brushing the blood from his knuckles. Arya arched a brow, breathing heavily. "Bit excessive, don't you think?" Luca's eyes flicked to her leg, still bleeding. "Not really." She rolled her eyes but didn't argue as he stepped toward her. His gaze softened as he crouched low, inspecting the gash along her thigh. "You're lucky that wasn't deeper," Luca murmured, his fingers brushing lightly against her skin. Arya's breath hitched, but she held still as his touch lingered a little too long. "I've had worse," she replied, but her voice came out softer than she intended. Luca glanced up, his golden eyes locking onto hers. "You don't always have to handle it alone, you know." Arya's heart stumbled. She wanted to say something sharp, to keep him at arm's length, but the warmth in his gaze left her breathless. His hand slid higher, resting lightly against the curve of her hip as he pulled her closer. "You're bleeding," Luca whispered, but his mouth brushed faintly against her collarbone, trailing up to the scar he'd left behind. "You seem real concerned about that," Arya murmured, arching into him as his lips grazed the sensitive skin along her throat. Luca smirked against her neck. "I'm a multitasker." Her fingers curled into his hair, dragging him closer as the tension between them unraveled. His grip tightened at her waist, lifting her slightly until her back pressed into the cool stone behind her. She gasped as his mouth claimed hers, rough, heated, and entirely unforgiving. Their bodies pressed flush against each other, the fire that had been simmering for days finally snapping free. Luca's hand slid beneath her thighs, lifting her effortlessly as her legs wrapped around his waist. "Wilka." His name escaped her lips as he pressed her harder into the stone, teeth nipping at her bottom lip. "I know," Luca growled against her mouth, his breathing ragged as his grip tightened. But before things could spiral further, Luca stiffened suddenly, his head snapping toward the trees. Arya blinked, breathless, as Luca's golden eyes darkened. "What is it?" she whispered. Luca's muscles coiled beneath her touch. "We're not alone." The forest was too still, and then, somewhere in the distance, a single howl shattered the quiet. Luca stepped back, gently lowering her to the ground. "More of Kane's pack?" Arya asked, gripping her dagger once more. Luca shook his head, his eyes narrowing as he listened closely. "No," he said softly. "Something worse." Stop shrieking. The howl that echoed through the forest wasn't Kane's pack. Arya knew the difference. This one was deeper, heavier, vibrating in her bones like a goddamn war drum. Luca's muscles coiled tight beside her, golden eyes narrowing as he scanned the tree line. "Who the fuck is that?" Arya muttered, tightening her grip on the dagger. Luca didn't answer immediately. His gaze stayed locked on the shadows stretching through the forest, but the faint growl rumbling in his chest told her enough. "Not rogues," Luca said, voice low. "Pack wolves." "Yours?" Luca's smirk was humorless. "I don't have a pack." The tree line shifted, and Arya's heart slammed against her ribs as 3 wolves emerged, sleek and massive under the moonlight. Their eyes gleamed with cold familiarity. Pack wolves, no doubt, but it wasn't their presence that tightened the knot in her gut. It was the man who stepped out after them, so... "Fuck!" Luca growled. Larry led out. Arya recognized him immediately, even before he shifted fully back into his human form. Tall, broad, with the same golden eyes as Luca, only darker. More dangerous, His presence was commanding, almost suffocating, like the forest bent around him. Alpha, Luca's old pack leader. Well, well, the Alpha said, his voice smooth as silk but edged like a blade. His eyes flicked from Luca to Arya, settling on the scar along her shoulder. Look at you, taking in strays again, Luca. Luca shifted his stance, casually stepping in front of Arya. I don't take orders from you anymore, Marcus. What the hell do you want? Marcus smirked, but there was no humor in it. Kane didn't come back, Marcus said, glancing at the limp bodies behind them. I'm guessing that's your doing. Mine, Arya said flatly, stepping around Luca's shoulder. Marcus's gaze slid lazily over her, like he was sizing up a meal. Ah, the panther, Marcus mused. Word is you've been causing trouble. Got my wolves all riled up, Amarello replied. Arya bared her teeth. Your wolves came looking for a fight. I just finished it. Marcus chuckled softly. You've got fire. I can see why Luca keeps you close. His eyes darkened, locking onto Luca with something colder. But that doesn't explain why she smells like you. Luca's snarl cut through the clearing. Marcus lifted his hands, palms up in mock surrender. Relax, brother. I'm not here to claim what's yours. Luca stepped forward, his voice low and threatening. Don't you dare tell Damien I haven't caught on, Captain. She's not something to fucking claim, Marcus. Better that, share. The tension crackled, sharp and dangerous, as Marcus's smirk faded. His wolves circled slowly, closing the space between them. Still protective, aren't you? Marcus said quietly. That's your problem, Luca. Always trying to hold on to things that don't belong to you. Luca's shift snapped like a whip, violent and sudden. His body twisted, bones cracking as fur exploded across his skin. Within seconds, the man was gone, replaced by the hulking mass of Luca's wolf. Fangs bared and eyes blazing with fury. Marcus grinned. Now that's more like it. His shift followed Luca's, seamless and fluid, but the wolf that stood in his place was larger, an alpha, in every sense of the word. The two wolves circled each other, snarls echoing through the clearing. The others followed suit, shifting in bursts of cracking bone and rippling fur, until the air was thick with the heat of bodies ready to tear into one another. Arya stood back, heart hammering as she felt the infection stir beneath her skin, clawing to get out. Not yet. Luca lunged first, colliding with Marcus in a blur of fur and claws. They slammed into the dirt, rolling, jaws snapping violently as they fought for dominance. One of Marcus's wolves turned toward Arya, his golden eyes gleaming hungrily. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me, she muttered, dropping into a crouch. Her shift unraveled in one fluid motion. Unlike Luca's, hers wasn't violent, just smooth, like slipping into something familiar. The wolf lunged. Arya met him halfway, panther form sleek and deadly as she slammed into him, knocking him flat. Her claws tore through fur, cutting deep along his side. The wolf yelped, twisting violently beneath her, but she didn't let up. Focus. The infection whispered in her veins, tugging at the edges of her control. She could taste the wolf's blood on her tongue. And fuck, it wanted more. Arya sank her teeth into his shoulder, but something flickered at the edge of her vision. Marcus. His wolf had Luca pinned against the ground, teeth dangerously close to his throat. Luca. Arya's shift blurred, flickering erratically as she half-shifted mid-stride. Her claws elongated as she tore across the clearing, slamming into Marcus with every ounce of force she had left. They hit the dirt hard, and Marcus snarled, but Arya didn't stop. Her claws dug into his ribs, holding him down as Luca rolled to his feet, shaking off the blood. Marcus shifted beneath her, returning to his human form, but Arya stayed on top of him, claws at his throat. His breathing was shallow, but his eyes burned with something close to amusement. "You're fast," Marcus rasped. My eyes met his as he pointed his phone at. Arya pressed harder. "You'll be faster when you're dead." Marcus's lips curled. "Maybe. But if you kill me, Luca's just going to have to take my place." Her grip faltered, and Marcus's smirk widened. "You didn't know?" Marcus's voice dropped lower. "He's next in line for this pack, sweetheart. And if I die tonight, he'll have to fight for the right to keep them under control." Arya's gaze snapped to Luca. His eyes were dark, unreadable as he shifted back into human form, blood streaking down his torso. He didn't deny it. "Is that true?" she asked quietly. Luca exhaled slowly, stepping closer. "Yeah," he said softly. "It's true." Marcus grinned beneath her. "So, what's it gonna be, Panther?" Arya's claws trembled at his throat. She wanted to kill him, Buck. She needed to. But Luca's eyes met hers, and for once, she hesitated. After a long, breathless moment, she stepped back, letting Marcus breathe. "Get out," Arya growled. Marcus rose to his feet slowly, brushing the dirt from his chest. "Careful, Arya," he mused. "That hesitation? That's going to get you killed someday." Arya didn't answer, her claws still digging into the dirt. But Luca's hand found hers, grounding her just enough to stop the shift from breaking loose again. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 7. Bound by the Moon. The forest was unnervingly quiet. The only sounds came from the soft rustle of leaves and the faint crackle of Luca's fire as it fought against the cool night air. The pack had retreated, leaving behind the weight of Marcus's warning, but Arya couldn't shake the feeling they were still being watched. Luca sat across from her, his golden eyes flickering in the firelight. He hadn't said much since Marcus left. His shirt lay discarded by the fire, blood drying along the ridges of his chest from the fight. "You keep staring at me like that," Lucas said, breaking the silence, "and I'm going to start thinking you've got a thing for scars." Arya smirked, leaning back against the tree behind her. "I'm just wondering how you manage to survive this much bullshit on a daily basis." Riga let out a heavy sigh. Luca chuckled, the low rumble vibrating in her chest. "Skill. And a little luck." "Luck doesn't explain that," Arya said, nodding toward the gash along his ribs. Luca glanced down at the wound, brushing his fingers over it casually. "You should see the other guy." Arya rolled her eyes. "I did. He walked away. I never saw him again." Luca grinned. Details. The playful banter didn't ease the tension strumming between them. It lingered, thick and suffocating, laced with the adrenaline still simmering from the fight. Luca shifted, muscles coiling beneath his skin, but Arya caught the flicker of his gaze as it drifted back to her. There was something different in his eyes tonight. The fire cast shadows across his face, but there was no mistaking the hunger etched in his expression. Subtle, but burning. She felt it too. Her pulse quickened under his gaze, and damn it, he knew. Arya pulled her knees to her chest, resting her chin lightly against them, as she met his stare head-on. "What?" Luca leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "You tell me." Her heart skipped. She should have looked away, should have shifted the conversation to safer ground. But she didn't. Instead, Arya let the heat build. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked, finally addressing the question that had been gnawing at her since Marcus left. Luca's smirk faded. Tell you what? That you're next in line to lead the pack. Luca exhaled slowly, leaning back against the log behind him. The firelight danced across his face, but his eyes stayed on hers. Because I didn't think it mattered, he admitted. I'm not going back. But if Marcus dies... I'll handle it, Luca interrupted. His voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge beneath the words. That's not your problem. Arya's grip tightened around her knees. It is my problem if he comes after me to get to you. Luca's gaze darkened. Won't, Luca said softly, his voice low and firm. I won't let that happen. Arya arched a brow. And how exactly are you planning to stop him? Luca didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood, slowly, crossing the space between them with deliberate ease. He crouched beside her, one hand braced against the tree behind her head, caging her in effortlessly. His scent wrapped around her, wild and intoxicating, tugging at something primal beneath her skin. I'll do whatever it takes, Luca whispered, his mouth inches from hers. Her breath hitched, heart hammering against her ribs. His eyes burned into hers, searching, waiting for her to pull away. She didn't. Arya's hand drifted up, fingers brushing along the scar on his chest. Luca's breath shuddered faintly, but he didn't move. Luca reached around until his fingers touched a low porcelain key. You're a terrible distraction, Arya muttered, but her hand didn't stop. Luca smirked. You're the one touching me. Her fingers trailed lower, tracing the ridges of muscle along his abdomen. I could stop. His mouth hovered dangerously close to hers, and the fire between them snapped. Don't, Luca growled. And then his lips crashed into hers. The kiss was rough, raw, and consuming, driven by every ounce of tension that had been simmering beneath the surface. Luca's hands tangled in her hair, tugging her closer as she arched into him, her legs parting beneath his weight. Arya's back hit the tree with a soft thud, but she barely felt it. Luca's mouth trailed along her jawline, down the curve of her neck, lingering over the scar his bite had left behind. Her nails dug into his back, dragging faint lines down his skin as he pressed harder against her. She pressed harder against her. You're playing with fire, Arya whispered, breathless. Luca's teeth grazed her ear. I've never been afraid of getting burned. Her legs wrapped around his waist instinctively, and Luca growled low in his throat, hand sliding beneath her shirt. The feel of his calloused palms against her bare skin sent shivers racing down her spine. His strong hands rested across her, and her skin readied for his mouth to rub against. But just as his mouth captured hers again, the shift hit. The clock on the computer struck midnight. Hard. Arya gasped, her head snapping back as pain shot through her ribs. Her body twisted beneath him, fur rippling awkwardly along her skin before fading just as quickly. Luca pulled back immediately, his eyes wide with concern. I'm fine, she gasped, pressing her palm to his chest to steady herself. The shift receded, but the infection still buzzed faintly beneath her skin, threatening to pull her under. Luca's hand cupped her jaw, tilting her face toward his. His gaze searched hers, concern flickering behind the heat. You're not fine, Luca said quietly. You're fighting it. Arya's breathing slowed, but her pulse didn't. I can handle it, she muttered, but even she didn't sound convinced. Luca's thumb brushed along her bottom lip, his eyes narrowing slightly. You don't have to, he said softly. Arya's heart twisted painfully, but before she could respond, a distant howl echoed through the trees. Luca's body stiffened immediately, his eyes flashing gold as he pulled back, scanning the tree line. "Rogues?" Arya asked, shifting onto her knees. Luca's gaze stayed locked on the darkness, muscles coiling beneath his skin. "No," he said grimly. "Pack." And this time, Arya wasn't sure if Luca was prepared to face them. The howl echoed long after it faded, leaving behind an eerie stillness that settled deep in Arya's bones. She felt Luca's tension radiating through the small space between them, his muscles tight, as if he was preparing to shift at any second. "Pack," he repeated, his voice colder now. Arya pushed herself to her feet, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand as she tried to shake the lingering heat from their kiss. It didn't help that Luca's scent still clung to her, or that his hand hovered near her waist like he wasn't ready to let her go. She forced herself to focus. "How close are they?" Arya asked, tightening the dagger strapped to her thigh. Luca's head tilted slightly, listening. His golden eyes flickered, the wolf simmering just beneath his skin. "Close enough." Another howl rippled through the trees, and this time it wasn't distant. Gah! Luca growled. He stepped away from Arya, pacing toward the tree line as the sound of snapping twigs crept closer. "They're already here." "Well, do I get the feeling we're not about to have a friendly chat?" Arya muttered, keeping her hand near the hilt of her dagger. Luca didn't smile. "They're not coming for me," Luca said, his voice grim as his eyes flicked toward her shoulder. "They're coming for you." Arya's jaw tightened. "Of course they are." The brush parted suddenly and 3 wolves emerged, massive, their fur sleek beneath the silver moonlight. Luca's hackles visibly rose, his hand twitching as if he was moments away from shifting. But it wasn't the wolves that stopped him. It was the man who followed. Marcus. The Alpha's presence was as suffocating as ever, his golden gaze locked directly on Arya, as if she was the only thing in the clearing. His shirt hung loose over broad shoulders, and his smirk was unmistakable, even in the dark. "Luca," Marcus drawled, crossing his arms as his wolves flanked him. "You didn't think I'd let you slip away that easily, did you?" Luca's snarl was barely restrained. "I didn't realize I needed your fucking permission to exist." Marcus's grin widened. "You don't, but you crossed a line." His eyes flicked to Arya, lingering over the scar Luca had left. "She crossed a line." Arya shifted her stance, meeting Marcus's gaze without blinking. "I wasn't aware I needed to ask permission before ripping out the throats of your wolves," she said as she looked to her partner. "Bunny." The Alpha's smile faded. Luca stepped forward, deliberately placing himself between them. "If you want to settle this, Marcus, then settle it with me. Leave her out of it." Marcus arched a brow. "You know I can't do that." Luca's muscles coiled, the shift trembling beneath his skin. His breathing slowed, controlled. But Arya could see the fury in his eyes. "This isn't a fight you want to pick," Luca warned, voice low. Marcus smirked. "Oh, I think it is." Before Luca could respond, Marcus's body twisted violently. His bones snapped mid-laugh, and fur exploded from his skin as the shift overtook him. In seconds, the alpha wolf stood in his place, larger than the others, his teeth bared in an unmistakable challenge. The other wolves followed, shifting fluidly around him. Luca's eyes flashed gold. "Stay back," he growled at Arya, his voice already distorted by the shift, unraveling his form. Arya stepped beside him. "Not a fucking chance." Luca shot her a look, but the transformation surged before he could argue. His body contorted, fur rippling over his shoulders as his wolf emerged. The shift was brutal, fast, He wasn't holding back this time. Neither was Marcus. The two wolves collided with bone-crushing force, snarls tearing through the clearing as they fought for dominance. The other wolves circled, but didn't lunge, watching as their alpha tore into Luca with merciless precision. Luca slammed Marcus into the dirt, fangs sinking into his shoulder, but Marcus twisted free, his claws raking down Luca's side. Blood splattered across the forest floor. Arya felt the infection stirring in her veins, but she didn't shift yet. Not yet. Marcus's wolves crept closer, baring their teeth. But she met them with a low growl. "You sure you want to test me?" Arya taunted, flipping the dagger in her hand. "I'm not in a patient mood." One of them lunged. The shift ripped through Arya like wildfire. Her panther form slammed into the wolf midair, her claws digging into his side as they rolled through the underbrush. The infection flared beneath her skin, sharper than before. But she kept it at bay, forcing the panther to stay dominant. The wolf thrashed beneath her, but Arya was faster. She pinned him, jaws snapping dangerously close to his neck. The wolf beneath her whimpered, but she didn't let go. Kill him. The thought came too easily, slipping through her mind like poison. Her fangs brushed his throat, but Luca's snarl caught her attention. He turned sharply, just in time to see Marcus pin Luca against a tree, his jaws dangerously close to Luca's exposed neck. Arya's body moved before her brain caught up. Her panther form tore across the clearing, crashing into Marcus with enough force to knock him away from Luca. They hit the ground hard, tumbling, until Arya shifted back, straddling Marcus's chest, with the dagger pressed firmly against his throat. His golden eyes narrowed. "This feel familiar, Alpha," Arya growled, pressing the blade harder until a thin line of blood welled beneath it. Marcus bared his teeth in response, but his body remained still beneath her weight. Luca shifted behind her, breathing heavily, his body battered and streaked with blood. "Arya," Luca warned. But she didn't move. Marcus's gaze flicked to Luca, then back to Arya. "Go on," Marcus taunted, his voice raw from the shift. "Kill me. See what happens next." Arya hesitated. Her grip on the dagger tightened, but Marcus's smirk widened. "You can't do it," Marcus whispered. "That's the difference between you and us." Luca's hand rested lightly on Arya's arm. "Naya," Lucas said softly, "let him go." Her pulse hammered violently in her ears, but after a long moment, Arya slowly pulled the dagger away. Marcus grinned. "Smart girl." Arya stood, keeping the blade at her side as Marcus shifted back into wolf form, limping slightly as he moved toward the trees. "This isn't over," Marcus growled. Lucas's eyes gleamed dangerously. "It will be." The pack disappeared into the night, but Arya could feel Marcus's gaze lingering even after they were gone. Luca turned toward her, brushing a thumb lightly across her cheek. "Thanks for the assist," Luca muttered. "Like what?" Arya smirked, wiping blood from her lip. "Any time." Chapter 8. Beneath the Blood Moon. Part 1. The Call of the Wild. The moon hung low and swollen, spilling crimson light across the forest floor. Arya felt it thrumming beneath her skin, a steady pulse that refused to fade. She crouched at the edge of the river, knuckles pressing into the damp earth as she tried to steady her breathing. Luca stood behind her, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and watchful. His bare chest rose and fell with slow, measured breaths, but his eyes flickered gold every time her body tensed. "How long are you going to keep pretending it's not getting worse?" Luca asked. his voice low but laced with frustration. Arya dipped her hand into the cold water, letting it trail over the bite scar on her shoulder, the mark he'd left behind. It burned faintly, like a warning she couldn't ignore. "I'm handling it," Arya muttered, not bothering to turn around. "Yeah? Is that what you call shaking like a goddamn leaf every time the moon gets high?" Her jaw tightened. Luca wasn't wrong, and that pissed her off more than she cared to admit. "I've shifted under worse conditions," Arya snapped. "Not with this," Luca shot back, stepping closer. His hand brushed the curve of her waist, warm and steady, but she felt the tension in him too. "The infection is different. You're not just fighting to stay in control. You're fighting your own damn body." Arya's nails dug into the dirt, frustration bubbling to the surface. "I don't need you to protect me." Luca crouched beside her, his lips curling into a faint smirk. "That's funny, because last time I checked, you were the one who needed me to drag you out of that fight with Marcus." Her eyes flashed toward him, narrowing dangerously. "I was handling Marcus just fine until you decided to play hero," Arya growled, shoving him back lightly. Luca's grin widened, but there was heat beneath it now, dark and simmering. "Sure," he said softly. "You were doing great. Bleeding all over the ground, ready to rip his throat out and start a fucking war you weren't ready for." Arya shoved him harder, but Luca caught her wrist, yanking her closer in one smooth motion. She gasped, suddenly pressed against his chest, the heat from his skin radiating between them. "You really don't like being saved, do you?" Luca murmured, his breath brushing her ear. "I don't need saving." His grip loosened, but he didn't let go. Luca's thumb brushed against the pulse in her wrist, slow and deliberate. "No," he agreed. "But you do need someone to remind you when to pull back." Arya's heart slammed hard against her ribs, but she refused to look away. The fire that simmered between them burned too hot, too fast. And fuck, it felt good. She leaned in, her lips hovering just inches from his. "And what if I don't want to pull back?" Luca's eyes darkened, and his hand slid down to her hip, tugging her even closer. "Then I guess we're both fucked," he growled. The kiss hit like a storm, hard, fast, and completely unforgiving. Arya's fingers tangled in his hair, nails raking along his scalp, as Luca pressed her against the nearest tree. His mouth moved with hunger, trailing along the curve of her jaw to the spot just beneath her ear. Her breath hitched when his teeth grazed the scar on her shoulder. "Careful," Arya gasped, though she made no effort to stop him. Luca chuckled darkly, his hand sliding beneath the hem of her shirt. "I thought you liked dangerous things." "Only when I'm the one in charge." Luca's lips curved into a grin, but his response was cut short by a sound that made them both freeze. The snap of a branch. Arya's body tensed, and Luca shifted instantly, stepping in front of her with a low growl vibrating in his chest. The forest remained still for several long moments, but Arya's heightened senses caught the faint rustle of footsteps moving through the brush. "Shit!" Luca muttered, his body already beginning to shift. Bones cracked beneath his skin, fur rippling across his arms as his wolf emerged. Arya forced the heat between them aside, unsheathing her dagger as she moved to his flank. She could feel them now. Wolves. Marcus's pack. They didn't wait long. The first wolf emerged slowly, eyes glowing faintly beneath the blood moon. Then, another. Within seconds, 6 of them stood at the edge of the clearing, teeth bared and muscles coiled. Marcus wasn't with them, but his scent lingered on their fur. "Think they're here to talk?" Arya whispered, not bothering to mask the sarcasm. Luca's wolf let out a low snarl. "Not a fucking chance." The wolves spread out, circling slowly. The leader, a large gray wolf with a scar down his left eye, stepped forward, his lip curling in a silent threat. Arya crouched low, the infection thrumming beneath her skin. It whispered, begging her to shift, to let the wild take over. But Luca's wolf brushed against her side, grounding her. "Stay human," Luca growled. "At least until they shift." The scarred wolf stepped closer, and the shift unraveled with brutal speed. His body twisted, fur receding as the man beneath emerged. Naked, blood-smeared, and grinning. "Luca," the man greeted, though his voice dripped with venom. "Marcus sends his regards." Lucas shifted back, eyes gleaming with restrained fury. "Tell Marcus he's wasting his fucking time." The man's gaze slid lazily to Arya. "Oh, I think we're right on time." She gripped the dagger tighter. "Let me guess. You're here to talk sense into us." The man laughed. "No, we're here to make sure Luca remembers where he belongs." Luca's jaw clenched, but he didn't move. "We don't belong anywhere near you," Luca growled. The man's grin faded. "Then we'll make sure you stay gone." Grin. He shifted first, the wolf erupting from his skin in an explosion of fur and claws. The others followed. Luca's shift mirrored them, brutal and fast. And as the wolves lunged, Arya let the infection win. The panther emerged, sleek and deadly, and together they met the pack head-on. The clearing erupted in chaos, as fur collided with fur, claws raking across flesh. Arya's panther form hit the first wolf hard, her sleek frame slamming him into the ground with bone-crunching force. He yelped, twisting beneath her. But she didn't let go. Her claws dug in, piercing muscle as she dragged him toward the underbrush. Luca's wolf snarled nearby, his larger frame locked in a brutal tangle with two others. They circled him, trying to drive him toward the tree line, toward isolation. "They're separating us." Arya knew the tactic. It was pack strategy, divide and conquer. But this wasn't just about Luca or her. This was Marcus's wolves, executing orders. Orders designed to provoke, weaken, and corner them. Her claws sliced the throat of the wolf beneath her, and he went still. One down. Another wolf lunged, jaws snapping at her hind leg. Arya twisted, catching him mid-air, but this one was faster, more experienced. He rolled with the impact, pinning her briefly beneath his weight. His teeth scraped the side of her neck, and for a flash of panic, the infection flared hot beneath her skin. But Luca was there. His wolf barreled into them, knocking the attacker off Arya with a violent growl. Luca's jaws clamped down on the other wolf's hind leg, shaking him violently before tossing him aside like dead weight. Their eyes met for half a second, just long enough for Luca's wolf to flick his gaze toward the remaining wolves circling them. Then he finally made it back. To left. Focus. Arya pulled herself to her feet, fur matted with blood, but the infection throbbed beneath the surface like a second heartbeat. It whispered to her, urging her to lose control, let the shift consume her entirely. But Luca's presence kept her grounded. That thin tether between them held, fragile but unbroken. "Stay with me," Luca's voice echoed in her mind, raw with the weight of the bond forming between them. A low snarl snapped Arya's attention back to the clearing. The scarred wolf, the one who had shifted first, stood near the tree line in human form again, breathing heavily. His golden eyes burned with something darker than rage. He wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, smirking faintly as he looked between them. Marcus will hear about this, the wolf rasped, his chest heaving as he spat blood onto the ground. Luca's wolf growled low in his throat, muscles coiling as if he were about to lunge. But Arya shifted first. Fur melted back into skin as she rose to her full height, dagger gripped tight in one hand. Her chest rose and fell with each shallow breath, the infection still humming faintly beneath her ribs. The infection rose and dimpled beneath her ribs. "You tell Marcus," Arya said coldly, stepping closer, "that if he keeps sending his pack after us, I'm going to stop letting them leave alive." The scarred wolf's smirk widened slightly, his eyes lingering on the faint scar at her shoulder, the one Luca's bite had left. "You're already his, Panther," the wolf sneered. "You just haven't realized it yet." Luca shifted beside her in one smooth motion, stepping forward until his shoulder brushed against hers. His gaze darkened. "She's not his," Luca growled, "and if Marcus tries to claim her again, I'll tear his fucking throat out." The scarred wolf chuckled softly, but he didn't argue. His eyes lingered on Arya a moment longer before he stepped back into the shadows. The remaining wolves followed silently. Only when the sound of their footsteps faded did Arya let out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Luca's hand found her waist, steadying her as her legs trembled faintly. "You all right?" Luca asked, his voice low. Arya wiped the blood from her mouth, nodding. "I've had worse." Luca's golden eyes scanned her carefully, his hand lingering just a little too long at her hip. "Your control slipping," he said quietly. She stiffened beneath his touch, but Luca's grip tightened, grounding her. "I'm fine," Arya muttered. Luca's gaze hardened. "You almost shifted fully back there." Arya met his eyes, refusing to look away. "I didn't." His jaw tightened, but he didn't press further. Instead, Luca's hand slid higher, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. "You're reckless as hell," Luca muttered, his thumb grazing the scar at her shoulder. "You're going to get yourself killed." Arya arched a brow, fighting the heat simmering beneath her skin. "So are you. I guess we're a perfect match." Luca's smirk returned, but there was something softer beneath it this time. The nun took one more look at the city beyond. His hand slipped lower, tracing the curve of her waist before pulling her closer. "Maybe we are," Luca murmured, his lips hovering just inches from hers. Arya's heart stumbled, and for once, she didn't fight it. Their mouths met, slower this time, less desperate, more deliberate. Luca's hands slid beneath her shirt, fingers grazing bare skin as he pressed her back against the nearest tree. The fire between them burned hotter, threatening to pull her under completely. But as Luca's lips trailed lower, Arya felt it again. The infection. It twisted inside her, sharp and demanding, just beneath the surface. Luca's mouth hovered near her collarbone, but she stiffened suddenly, her claws digging into his shoulder. "Stop," she whispered, breathing hard. Luca froze instantly, pulling back just enough to meet her gaze. His eyes flickered gold, searching hers for answers. "What's wrong?" Arya swallowed hard, her pulse racing as the infection pulsed, dangerously close to the surface. "It's too much," she admitted, stepping away as her body trembled. Her father caught her hand as the trembling stopped. Luca didn't argue. He watched her carefully, muscles coiled as if ready to catch her if she collapsed. "You're holding it back," Luca said quietly. Arya leaned against the tree, gripping the bark until her knuckles turned white. "Yeah. And I don't know how much longer I can—" Luca stepped closer, his hand settling at her waist once more. "You're not going to lose control," he murmured. Arya laughed softly, but it lacked humor. You sound pretty fucking sure of that. Luca's lips brushed her temple. I am, he said softly, because I won't let you. Her heart twisted painfully, but she didn't pull away. Not this time. Chapter 9. The Alpha's Chains. Part 1. Beneath the Surface. Millennium. The river whispered softly as it snaked through the forest, but the tension in the air drowned out its gentle hum. Arya stood at the water's edge, staring at her reflection, watching the faint glint of gold that still lingered around her irises. The infection hadn't receded. It was coiled beneath her skin, waiting for the right moment to tear free. Behind her, Luca's footsteps crunched softly over the leaves. He hadn't said much since the fight with Marcus's wolves, but his presence was a weight she could feel without needing to turn around. You're still thinking about it. Luca's voice cut through the silence, but there was no judgment, just recognition. Arya's fingers skimmed the surface of the water, breaking the stillness. You think I can just forget that Marcus keeps sending his little lapdogs after us? Her concern faded a little. Luca moved closer, stopping just behind her. His reflection appeared beside hers in the water, all sharp edges and quiet fury. It's not you he's after, Luca muttered. His hand brushed her lower back, warm and grounding. It's me. You're just the easiest way to get under my skin. Arya straightened, twisting to face him. And that's supposed to make me feel better? Luca's golden eyes flickered with something darker. No, but it's the truth. Her frustration boiled over, and before she could stop herself, Arya shoved him hard enough that he stumbled back a step. Why didn't you tell me? Lucas's brow furrowed. Tell you what? That if Marcus dies, you become the next Alpha. Luca's jaw tightened, but he didn't look away. I didn't tell you because it doesn't matter, Luca said. I'm not going back. That pack stopped being mine the second I left. Arya crossed her arms, glaring. It matters to him, and it sure as hell matters if it means more wolves show up trying to kill us. Luca stepped forward, closing the space between them, until she had to crane her neck to hold his gaze. You think Marcus will stop if I claim the pack? Luca growled softly, his breath warm against her face. He'll fight me for it, and he won't stop until one of us is dead. Arya's pulse quickened. But she didn't move. So kill him, she said bluntly. Luca's eyes darkened. It's not that simple. Arya arched a brow. You seemed pretty ready to rip his throat out back in the clearing. Luca's hand brushed against her hip, fingers curling around the hem of her shirt. You were there, he muttered, tugging her slightly closer. That changes things, she said. Arya hated the way her body reacted, how her breath caught the second his thumb traced slow circles against her skin. So I'm a distraction now? She challenged, even as her fingers curled into his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat. Luca's smirk was slow and dangerous. You've been a distraction since the second you stepped into my territory. His mouth hovered just above hers, teasingly close but not enough to satisfy the ache building between them. Maybe you should have stopped me, Arya whispered, tilting her chin slightly. Maybe I didn't want to. And then his lips crushed into hers. The kiss wasn't gentle, it was raw, all heat and frustration. Luca's arms wrapped around her, lifting her easily until her legs wrapped around his waist. Arya's back pressed into the nearest tree, but she barely felt it. His mouth trailed lower, teeth grazing the scar he'd left on her shoulder, and she shivered as the infection pulsed faintly beneath the surface. Fuck, Luca muttered against her skin. I can feel it. Arya's grip on his shoulders tightened. I know. The infection had tethered them, creating something fragile but undeniable, a bond that burned hotter the closer they were. But Luca didn't pull away. His hand slid beneath her shirt, exploring the curve of her waist, the soft dip of her spine. Arya arched into him, gasping softly as his mouth found the hollow of her throat. "Is this why you wanted me to stay human?" Arya teased breathlessly. Luca chuckled, his teeth nipping lightly at her collarbone. "You'd already be shifting if I let this go too far." Her laugh died on her lips when Luca's hand drifted lower, his thumb brushing the inside of her thigh. But before either of them could push further, Luca's head snapped toward the trees, his body tensing beneath her. "What is it?" Arya whispered, still breathless. Luca's eyes flickered gold, and he growled low in his throat. "Company." The shift happened fast. Luca's body contorted, fur exploding across his skin as his wolf form took over. Arya dropped to the ground, just as his claws dug into the earth beside her. 3 wolves emerged from the shadows, snarling, their eyes locked onto Luca. Marcus's pack. Again. They don't fucking quit. Arya shifted without hesitation, bones twisting as her panther form rippled into existence. The first wolf lunged, but Luca intercepted, slamming the attacker to the ground with a brutal swipe of his paw. Fur and blood tangled beneath the moonlight as the clearing erupted into another violent clash. Arya hit the second wolf mid-air, twisting to drag him down with her claws, hooked deep into his side. But the third wolf, a large, silver-furred beast, circled her, lips curled back over razor-sharp teeth. Alpha-blooded, Arya realized. He wasn't like the others. The infection inside her stirred again, and for the briefest moment, her shift flickered, threatening to break. Luca's snarl echoed behind her as he slammed the first wolf into the dirt, pinning him with one massive paw. "Focus." The silver wolf lunged, and Arya met him head-on. Their bodies collided, rolling across the clearing in a blur of snapping teeth and claws. But this one was stronger. Faster. His jaws clamped down on Arya's leg, and she roared, twisting sharply until she felt his grip loosen just enough for her to sink her claws into his throat. He yelped, staggering back. Arya didn't hesitate. Her teeth found his neck, and with one brutal snap, the silver wolf collapsed beneath her. The clearing fell silent except for the sound of Luca's heavy breathing. The victims held hands across their breasts. Arya shifted back, chest heaving as she wiped the blood from her mouth. Luca stood nearby, his fur matted but his eyes sharp as they scanned the tree line. "Think Marcus got the message yet?" Arya asked, panting. Luca shifted, exhaling slowly as he wiped his jaw with the back of his hand. "No," Lucas said grimly. "But he will." The bodies lay still beneath the blood moon, steam rising faintly from the torn earth. Luca's wolf stood over the last fallen attacker, his golden eyes cold and unblinking. Arya shifted back, crouching beside the silver wolf she had killed, her fingers trailing through the matted fur. She could still feel the faint thrum of the infection beneath her skin, like a second heartbeat she couldn't shake. The fight should have burned it out, but it lingered, simmering just below the surface. Luca's shift unraveled beside her. His human form emerged, breath slow and measured, as he crouched near the river to wash the blood from his hands. His muscles, slick with sweat, coiled with restrained tension. "They're testing us," Arya said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Luca didn't look up. "No. They're testing me." Her gaze shifted toward him, watching the way his jaw tightened as he ran his hand through his damp hair. "Marcus is pushing harder," Luca continued, his voice low and rough. "Sending higher-ranked wolves this time. That silver one? He wasn't some mid-ranker. He was pack-bred. Alpha blood," Arya muttered. She had recognized it the moment his teeth sank into her leg. Luca finally turned, golden eyes locking onto hers. "They're not supposed to fight unless ordered. Which means Marcus isn't just trying to scare us anymore." Arya exhaled slowly, leaning against the nearest tree as the weight of Luca's words settled in her chest. Marcus was escalating. The scar on her shoulder throbbed faintly, a reminder of how close she had come to fully shifting during the fight. Luca stepped closer, his eyes narrowing slightly as his gaze flicked to her exposed shoulder. "You're bleeding." "It's not bad," Arya replied, brushing it off. "I've had worse." Luca's hand was suddenly at her waist, pulling her forward until her bare chest pressed against his. His breath warmed her ear, but his touch was firm, steadying her even as her knees threatened to buckle beneath her. "You say that every damn time," Luca muttered, his thumb grazing the faint trail of blood on her skin. "But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop worrying." Arya swallowed hard, biting back the sharp response lingering on her tongue. The heat between them was almost unbearable now, raw and untamed, like a fire that refused to die out no matter how hard she tried to smother it. "Maybe you should stop staring at me like that," Arya teased softly, her fingers tracing the line of his collarbone. Luca's lips brushed faintly against her jaw, trailing lower until they hovered just over her pulse. "You sure about that?" "Yes, go." Her heart pounded beneath his mouth. "No," she admitted breathlessly. Luca's smirk was brief, but the way his hand slid lower, cupping her hips, left no room for doubt. Arya gasped as his teeth grazed the scarred bite on her shoulder. The heat coiled tighter, tugging at the infection still thrumming in her veins. "Luca, I know," he growled softly, his grip tightening. "I can feel it." The infection burned hotter beneath his touch, but it wasn't painful. It was electric, wild and dangerous, but not unwelcome. Her hands fisted in his hair, pulling him closer as his mouth captured hers. Rough and demanding. Their bodies pressed flush, but just as Luca's hand slid beneath the waistband of her pants, something in the air shifted. Arya froze. Lucas stiffened, his head snapping toward the trees. They weren't alone. A low growl rippled through the underbrush, and within seconds, 3 more wolves stepped into the clearing. These weren't Marcus's typical lackeys. They were bigger, meaner. Betas. Luca cursed under his breath, gently pushing Arya behind him. "Stay close," he muttered, his muscles already shifting beneath his skin. The crowd filtered out, leaving the 4 of them to their due. The lead wolf stepped forward, but unlike the others, he didn't shift. His human form remained, arms crossed over his broad chest, dark eyes fixed firmly on Luca. "Luca!" the man greeted, voice smooth but cold. "Marcus wants a word." Luca's wolf growled low, but his shift didn't fully take hold. "And he sent you to deliver the invitation?" The beta chuckled. "I volunteered." His gaze slid to Arya, lingering too long. Nice pet you've picked up." She's mocked. Luca's snarl was immediate. "She's not his," Luca growled, stepping forward. The beta's smirk deepened. "No? Then why does she smell like him?" Arya's grip tightened around the dagger at her side, but Luca's hand shot out, stilling her before she could act. There could be only one who had stayed. The tension in the clearing sharpened, thick as smoke. "I'll make this simple," Luca said, his voice dangerously low. "Get the fuck out of my sight, before I rip your throat out." The beta's eyes flickered gold, and for a brief second, Arya thought he might actually lunge. But instead, the man stepped back, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Relax," the beta said, smirking. "I'm just the messenger, but if Marcus doesn't hear from you by tomorrow, Luca—" His smile faded. "He's coming for her." The threat lingered, even as the wolves retreated, leaving Luca and Arya alone beneath the blood moon once more. Arya exhaled slowly, but the tension in her chest didn't ease. Luca turned, his gaze darker now, more dangerous. "I'm going to kill him," Luca muttered, his fists clenching at his sides. Arya stepped closer, pressing her palm lightly against his chest. "Not tonight," she whispered. His golden eyes flickered toward her, and for once, Luca didn't argue. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tighter than before. And beneath the blood moon, they stood together, knowing the storm wasn't over yet. Chapter 10, The Alpha's Gambit. Part 1, Boundaries of Blood. The moon was high by the time Luca and Arya made their way back to the cabin, its light bathing the forest in silver. The air between them crackled, thick with tension, an intoxicating blend of adrenaline and the simmering heat that hadn't entirely faded since their kiss by the river. Luca's hand hovered near Arya's lower back, a subtle but protective gesture he didn't seem to notice. But she did. "You going to keep hovering? Or is this just part of your whole alpha shtick?" Arya teased, glancing sideways at him. Luca's smirk was faint, but his golden eyes gleamed in the moonlight. "Just making sure you don't fall apart on me, Arya snorted, brushing dried blood from her neck. "I can handle a few bites, Luca. You're the one who looks like he's 2 seconds from collapsing." He didn't deny. They reached the cabin and Luca shoved the door open, letting it creak loudly in the silence. Arya followed, leaning her dagger against the wooden table near the entrance. Luca's shirt was already off, the dark bruises along his ribs vivid against his skin as he collapsed onto the couch with a grunt. "You're really selling the whole unstoppable wolf thing," Arya quipped, leaning against the door frame. Luca cracked one eye open, smirking despite the ache in his body. "I'm pacing myself." Arya crossed the room, standing in front of him. She knelt slowly, fingers brushing over the bruises along his ribs. Luca tensed, but didn't stop her. Her touch was lighter than he expected, careful, almost hesitant. "You need to stop throwing yourself in front of every fight," Arya murmured, her hand lingering against his skin a moment longer than necessary. "I can take care of myself." Luca's eyes darkened, his hand curling gently around her wrist. "I know you can," he said, voice low. "But I'm not going to sit back and let Marcus, or anyone else, lay a hand on you." The sincerity in his tone hit harder than Arya expected, and for a moment, she couldn't look away. Her gaze dropped to his lips, then lower, following the faint line of scars trailing down his chest. "Don't start something you can't finish." And her body ignored the warning. Arya leaned forward, her lips brushing faintly against Luca's jawline. His breath hitched, and his grip on her wrist tightened. "You're really testing my self-control," Luca growled softly, his voice rough. "Socrates?" Arya smirked against his skin, letting her mouth trail lower until it hovered just above the faint scar near his collarbone. "Who said I wanted you to have any?" Luca didn't need more encouragement. His hand slid to the back of her neck, pulling her mouth to his in a kiss that left no room for hesitation. Arya shifted onto his lap, straddling him as his hands explored the curve of her waist, tugging her closer until there was no space left between them. Her fingers tangled in his hair, nails grazing against his scalp as Luca's lips moved along the hollow of her throat. "Luca," I know, he murmured, his breath hot against her skin. The infection flared faintly, but this time it didn't pull her away. It fueled the fire burning beneath her skin, heightening every touch, every gasp, as Lucas' hands roamed beneath her shirt. She arched into him, letting his body press her back against the couch as their kiss deepened. Hungry, desperate, and entirely unforgiving. But the moment shattered like glass. A sharp knock echoed at the door, followed by a low growl on the other side. Luca froze beneath her, eyes flashing gold. Arya cursed under her breath, reluctantly pulling away as Luca sat up, muscles coiling with tension. The knock came again, louder this time. "Open the damn door, Luca." Arya's eyes narrowed. She recognized that voice. "Dax." Luca didn't hesitate. He yanked the door open, revealing Dax standing on the porch, arms crossed and expression grim. His eyes flicked between Luca, shirtless and clearly disheveled, and Arya, who was still perched on the couch with her shirt rumpled. Dax arched a brow, a smug grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Am I interrupting something?" "Don't start," Luca growled, stepping aside to let him in. Dax stepped inside, casually sniffing the air. "You two reek of blood and something else." Arya rolled her eyes. "You got a reason for being here, or did you just come by to make shitty observations?" Dax's grin faded. "Marcus is moving," he said, his tone flat. "He's called the pack together." Luca stiffened. "Where?" "About 2 miles north of the river," Dax replied, his gaze settling on Arya. "And from what I heard, he's talking about you. And the scar." Arya felt Luca's hand hover near her waist instinctively. "Marcus thinks you're a weakness," Dax continued. "He's not going to let this slide, Luca. He's demanding a challenge." Luca's eyes darkened further, and Arya didn't miss the tension that rippled down his spine. "He's making his move," Luca muttered. Dax nodded. "It's happening tonight. Full moon's coming, and you know Marcus won't wait. If you're not there, he's going to take it as forfeiting leadership." Arya glanced at Luca. "You can't just ignore this." Luca met her gaze, something flickering in his eyes. Something she couldn't quite place. "I wasn't planning to." The moon hung lower by the time they reached the river's edge. Luca walked ahead, shirt discarded, muscles taut beneath the soft glow of the rising moon. Arya followed close behind, her dagger strapped to her thigh. Dax led the way silently, his usual cocky demeanor replaced by something heavier. The pack was already waiting when they arrived. Wolves pacing along the clearing, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Marcus stood at the center, his human form tall and imposing, arms crossed as his golden eyes tracked Luca's every movement. "You took your time," Marcus said, smirking. Luca stepped forward. "You wanted a challenge. Here I am." Marcus's eyes flicked to Arya. "And the girl?" Luca bared his teeth in a warning snarl. "She's not part of this." Marcus grinned. "She became part of it the second you marked her." "It's over." The tension crackled like lightning. "Enough talking," Luke growled. "Let's finish this." The shift hit fast. Violent. Lucas's wolf exploded forward, slamming into Marcus as the clearing erupted into chaos once more. The clearing erupted into a violent blur of fur and claws. Luca's wolf collided with Marcus, snarls ripping through the cold night air as their bodies slammed into the dirt, kicking up loose soil and broken branches. The pack formed a loose circle around them, watching with sharp, hungry eyes. None of them intervened. This wasn't just a fight. It was a challenge for dominance. Marcus's wolf was larger, broader, but Luca moved with lethal precision, striking fast and relentlessly, their fur tangled, golden eyes burning as they tore into each other, jaws snapping inches from exposed throats. Aria stood just beyond the circle, dagger in hand, though she knew she couldn't use it. This wasn't her fight. If Luca lost, pack law demanded she wouldn't be allowed to interfere. Her heart pounded violently. Dax moved beside her, arms crossed over his broad chest, his gaze fixed on the fight with an unreadable expression. "You worried about him?" Dax asked, without looking at her. Aria's grip on the dagger tightened. "Should I be?" Dax's lips curled into something between a smirk and a grimace. "Marcus doesn't fight fair. Luca knows that." Aria's gaze stayed locked on the two wolves, watching as Luca's wolf dodged a vicious swipe, twisting to sink his teeth into Marcus's shoulder. Marcus yelped, but instead of retreating, he used the opening to slam Luca into the nearest tree, cracking the bark with the force of the impact. Luca's body dropped hard against the ground, but he was up again in seconds, snarling as blood trickled from his side. "2 every day." "Ugh, can win this?" Aria muttered, trying to convince herself as much as Dax. Dax shot her a sideways glance. "He can. But will he?" The pack shifted uneasily, tension thick in the air. The moon, heavy and swollen above them, glinted off their eyes, amplifying the simmering threat in the clearing. Marcus paced in a slow, taunting circle around Luca, golden eyes gleaming with predatory focus. Luca's wolf lowered his head, growling low in his chest. Marcus lunged. Their bodies collided again, but this time Marcus twisted mid-air, using Luca's momentum against him. Luca hit the ground hard, pinned beneath Marcus's massive frame. Aria's heart dropped. "Get up." Luca's wolf snarled beneath Marcus's weight, claws raking furiously at his flank, but Marcus held firm, his teeth dangerously close to Luca's throat. "Fuck!" Aria hissed, stepping forward instinctively. Dax's hand shot out, gripping her arm. "Don't." She wrenched away. "He's going to kill him." "This is Luca's fight," Dax said sharply. "If you interfere, it'll make him look weak. He won't forgive that." He smiled and raised his hands for Trinlight. Aria's nails dug into her palm, every muscle screaming to step in, to drive the dagger into Marcus's ribs. But Dax was right. "Come on, Luca." Marcus's jaws clamped down, fangs grazing Luca's neck. But Luca shifted suddenly, faster than Aria had seen him move before. Instead of pulling away, Luca surged forward, driving his head into Marcus's ribs with enough force to knock the alpha off balance. The second Marcus's grip loosened, Luca rolled, slamming Marcus to the ground and pinning him beneath his weight. Luca reported the situation on him. Luca's wolf didn't hesitate. His jaws closed around Marcus's throat, holding him there, unmoving. Marcus whimpered softly, the sound barely audible, but unmistakable. Admission. The pack grew still, watching as Luca held Marcus down for a few more agonizing seconds before finally releasing him. Marcus shifted back first, gasping as he collapsed onto the cold ground, his body bruised and bloody. Luca shifted as well, standing tall over him, his chest rising and falling with each labored breath. No one spoke. The pack's silence echoed like thunder in Aria's ears. Finally, Marcus wiped blood from his mouth and staggered to his feet, avoiding Luca's gaze. He stared at her. "Your pack," Marcus rasped, spitting onto the dirt. Luca's eyes didn't leave him. "Leave." Marcus stiffened, his lips curling back into a faint snarl. But he didn't argue. didn't stop until they got to the place where the dragon had sat. He turned without another word, disappearing into the forest. The rest of the wolves followed, leaving Luca standing alone in the center of the clearing. The second Marcus was gone, Arya crossed the space between them, pressing her palm lightly against Luca's chest. "You all right?" she asked softly, searching his face for any sign of hesitation. Luca's hand covered hers, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. "I'm fine." Arya arched a brow. "You don't look fine." His lips twitched into a faint smile. "You should see the other guy." Her hand slid lower, fingertips tracing the faint scars already forming along his ribs. "I did," she murmured. "You didn't hold back." "I couldn't," Luca said, his voice rougher now. His hand slid to her waist, tugging her closer until her body pressed into his. "If I lost, he would have come for you. Fortunately," Arya swallowed, her heart hammering harder beneath his touch. "He's not gonna stop," she whispered, tilting her head slightly. Luca's golden eyes darkened, locking onto hers. "No," Luca agreed, "but neither am I." His mouth found hers, slow and deliberate this time. There was no rush, just heat, steady and undeniable, as his arms wrapped around her, grounding her in the aftermath of the fight. Arya's hands fisted in his hair, dragging him closer, as Luca deepened the kiss, his grip tightening possessively at her waist. "You're mine," Luca growled softly against her lips. "Marcus can't take that from me." Arya's breath caught, but she didn't pull away. "Damn right," she whispered, her mouth brushing against his ear. Luca's smirk was short-lived. The sound of footsteps at the edge of the clearing made them both tense. Dak stepped forward, arms crossed, watching them with an exasperated expression. "I hate to interrupt whatever this is," Dak said dryly, "but you just took over a fucking pack, Luca. You've got wolves to deal with." Luca's hand slid from Arya's waist reluctantly, as he turned toward Dak's. "I'm aware," Luca replied, golden eyes narrowing faintly. Dak shrugged. "Good, because Marcus's betas are going to test you." Arya exchanged a glance with Luca, her grip tightening slightly around the dagger still strapped to her thigh. "Let them try," Luca muttered. "I'm not letting this pack fall apart." And Arya believed him. Chapter 11. Shadow of the Crown. Alas, thank the gods. The pack's camp sprawled beneath the stars, the flicker of torchlight casting long shadows against the trees. Lucas stood at the edge of the clearing, golden eyes scanning the wolves who now watched him with wary curiosity and thinly veiled distrust. The bruises along his ribs throbbed, but he ignored the ache. He had no choice. Marcus's defeat meant nothing if Luca couldn't keep control. Arya leaned casually against a nearby tree, one hand resting on the hilt of her dagger. Her gaze swept over the wolves, but her focus kept drifting back to Luca. "You feel them staring at you?" she asked, keeping her voice low enough that only Luca could hear. "Yeah," Luca muttered, flexing his fingers. His knuckles still ached from slamming into Marcus's ribs. "They're waiting for me to slip up." Arya arched a brow, lips twitching slightly. "No pressure or anything." Luca shot her a glance, but the faint amusement in her tone eased the tension tightening in his chest. "Any chance I can get you to play nice?" Luca teased, his voice softening. Arya smirked. "I'll behave. Can't make any promises about the rest of them." The pack shifted uneasily, their eyes flicking between Luca and the empty space where Marcus once stood. Dax broke the silence, stepping forward with his usual smug grin plastered across his face. "Well, Dax said loudly, spreading his arms wide. Looks like the pack's got itself a new alpha. A low ripple of growls moved through the clearing. Luca felt the weight of their stares, the tension rising with every breath. Escape. Exit, Muka. One wolf, a broad-shouldered male with a jagged scar across his cheek, shifted into human form, his muscles rippling beneath the moonlight. His eyes narrowed on Luca, and he crossed his arms with deliberate slowness. Marcus isn't dead, the wolf said, his voice sharp and cutting through the air like a blade. Luca's eyes met his. He submitted. Luca replied evenly. That's enough. The wolf's lips curled into a faint sneer. Is it? Luca recognized him. Galen. One of Marcus's most loyal betas. He worked closely with Marcus. Dax's expression darkened, stepping toward Galen, but Luca raised a hand, stopping him. Speak your mind, Luca said, his gaze hardening. Galen's head tilted slightly, eyes burning with quiet fury. You expect us to just follow you because Marcus rolled over? That's not how this works. You want to challenge me? Luca growled, voice dropping to a dangerous level. Galen held his stare for a long moment before shaking his head. No, Galen said, but I'll be watching. He stepped back into the circle, but the message was clear. The pack wasn't Luca's. Not yet. Arya waited until most of the wolves drifted back to their tents before approaching Luca. His shoulders were tense, and she could practically feel the frustration rolling off him in waves. Yet, well, that was subtle, Arya said dryly. Luca exhaled slowly, dragging a hand through his hair. He's not wrong. They're not going to accept me overnight. They'll fall in line, Arya replied, her fingers brushing against his wrist. Uh-huh. Luca's gaze lowered to where her hand lingered against his, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. You sound sure about that, Luca murmured. Arya's lips quirked. I am. Because if they don't, I'll make sure they regret it. Luca chuckled softly, his hand drifting to her waist. You really don't play well with others, do you? Not particularly. Her body pressed lightly against his, and Luca's grip tightened instinctively. You're making this difficult, Luca growled, his mouth hovering inches from hers. Arya arched a brow, trailing her fingers along his chest. Good. Their lips met slowly, the heat simmering between them, reigniting with dangerous intensity. Luca's hands slid beneath the hem of her shirt, palms rough against her bare skin. Arya's breath hitched as he backed her against the nearest tree, the warmth of his body pinning her there. You're supposed to be focusing on keeping control of your pack. Arya whispered against his lips. Luca smirked, his teeth grazing her lower lip. I can multitask. Her head tilted back as Luca's mouth traced along her throat. But the moment shattered when a low growl echoed from the far end of the camp. Luca stiffened, his grip on her waist tightening protectively. Arya groaned. They really have the worst timing. Luca exhaled sharply, stepping away but keeping her close. His golden eyes flickered toward the tree line, where Galen stood watching them, his wolf form half submerged in the shadows. Let's get this over with, Luca muttered. The pack gathered again by the fire, the tension even thicker than before. Galen hadn't moved from the edge of the clearing, his eyes never leaving Luca. Luca stepped forward, feeling every gaze burning into his back. Is there something you need, Galen? Luca asked, flatly. Galen shifted back, his human form emerging from the shadows. He took his time, stretching his muscles, clearly unbothered by the tension crackling around him. Is wondering, Galen said, pacing slightly, how long you think this is going to last. Luca's eyes narrowed. You want to say something. Say it. Galen stopped, his gaze sliding toward Arya, who stood just behind Luca. Everyone knows why Marcus tolerated you, Galen said, voice sharp. But you think you're going to hold this pack together with her at your side? Arya's hand drifted toward her dagger, but Luca stepped between them. Don't. Careful, Galen, Luca growled. You're pissing me off. Galen's smirk didn't fade. That's the thing, Luca. I don't think you're the problem. His gaze settled fully on Arya now. She is. Arya tensed, but Luca's body shifted slightly in front of hers, shielding her from the pack's scrutiny. You think Marcus cared about her? Galen continued, his voice rising. He saw what's happening. She's a risk. And you? Galen's eyes locked onto Luca. You're too fucking blinded to see it. Luca's shift snapped like a whip. His body twisted, fur exploding from his skin as he lunged at Galen in a blur of claws and teeth. The pack didn't stop him. Galen shifted, but Luca's wolf was faster, slamming him to the ground in seconds. Arya watched, dagger still gripped tight in her hand, as Luca's jaws hovered over Galen's throat. The message was clear. Challenge me again, and I won't stop. Luca's wolf towered over Galen, fangs bared and dripping with blood. Galen's wolf thrashed beneath him, but Luca's jaws pressed harder against his throat, cutting off the fight before it could escalate further. The pack circled closer, their eyes glowing in the firelight, but none dared to intervene. This wasn't just a show of strength. This was a goddamn warning. Luca's wolf growled low and deep, a sound that rumbled through the clearing, commanding silence. Galen's body stiffened. His golden eyes flickered to the others, searching for support. But the pack stayed still. No one would risk challenging Luca tonight. With a soft, defeated whimper, Galen shifted beneath Luca's paw. His fur receded, leaving him breathless and human on the cold earth. Blood trickled from his lip where Luca had struck him, but his gaze burned with something darker. Smart choice, Luca growled, shifting back just enough to step off Galen's chest. His human form emerged slowly, muscles tense, still prepared to rip Galen apart if he so much as twitched. Arya didn't relax her grip on the dagger at her hip. She could see the seething hatred behind Galen's eyes, even as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Are we done here? Luca asked, golden eyes gleaming in the firelight. Galen spit blood into the dirt at Luca's feet. For now. Dak stepped forward, crossing his arms. You keep testing him, Galen, and you're going to run out of luck. Galen's eyes flicked briefly to Dax, but he said nothing. Instead, he pulled himself to his feet, retreating silently toward the tree line, where the rest of the pack dispersed behind him. Arya watched him go, her muscles still coiled tight. He's not going to let this go. Luca wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, the scrape of his knuckles dragging against his teeth. I know. Dax crossed the clearing, standing beside Luca with his usual smirk lingering faintly on his lips. Well, that could have gone worse. Luca shot him a glare. Not helping. Luca stood tall. Dax shrugged. I'm just saying. He submitted. That's a win in my book. 9 weeks. Arya narrowed her eyes. You think that's the end of it? Dax chuckled, running his hand through his dark hair. Hell no. Galen's too stubborn to quit, but he'll wait. Pick his moment. That's how this works. Luca exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting to Arya. Then, we'll be ready. confidence in Arya's words surprised him. The camp grew quiet as the fire burned low. Most of the pack had retreated, leaving Luca and Arya alone beneath the faint light of the moon. Luca sat near the edge of the clearing, his back pressed against a fallen tree, while Arya leaned beside him. The tension between them, still humming faintly in the cool night air. "You keep doing this," Arya murmured, trailing her fingers lightly over the bruises along his ribs. "You're going to run out of bones to break." Luca smirked faintly, though his breath hitched beneath her touch. "I heal fast." Arya shifted closer, brushing her lips lightly against his neck. Not fast enough. His hand drifted to her waist, pulling her into his lap in one smooth motion. Her legs straddled him, the heat between them coiling tighter the longer she lingered. "You're supposed to be resting," Arya whispered, pressing her palms against his chest. Luca's hands slid lower, tracing the curve of her thighs beneath the worn leather of her pants. "I rest better when you're close." His mouth found hers, slow, deliberate, and teasing, as his grip tightened at her waist. Arya's body arched instinctively, craving more than she was willing to admit. Her nails dragged down his back, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath her fingertips. Luca growled low against her lips, lifting her effortlessly as her back pressed into the tree behind them. His mouth trailed lower, teeth grazing the sensitive spot along her collarbone, lingering near the scar he'd left behind. Arya's breath hitched, her grip tangling in his hair as Luca's hands slid beneath the hem of her shirt, exploring every inch of bare skin he could reach. "You're not making it easy to stay quiet," Arya whispered, biting back a soft moan as Luca's mouth drifted lower. Luca grinned against her skin. "I wasn't trying to." His fingers traced the waistband of her pants, tugging lightly, but Arya caught his wrist, holding him still. Luca pulled back, his golden eyes flickering with something darker. "What's wrong?" he asked softly, his forehead resting against hers. Arya exhaled slowly, brushing her thumb against the faint bruise along his jawline. "It's not the right time." Luca's gaze searched hers for a long moment before he nodded, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. "I can wait," Luca murmured, his grip easing around her waist. Arya's heart pounded harder, but she sank into his embrace, letting the warmth of his body ease the tension lingering in her chest. The moon had shifted by the time Luca finally drifted off, but Arya couldn't sleep. She sat by the fire, watching the flames flicker against the dark, her dagger resting lightly in her hand. Her gaze flicked toward the shadows beyond the clearing, where she swore she saw faint glimmers of gold, wolves watching from a distance. "Heal in." "He's waiting." Arya's fingers tightened around the blade. She wouldn't let him make the first move. Chapter 12. The Gathering Storm. The morning air carried a biting chill, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense forest canopy. Arya stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed over her chest, as she watched the camp slowly stir to life. Wolves emerged from their tents, shifting back into human form, their breaths curling into the cold dawn. Luca sat by the fire sharpening a blade with slow, deliberate strokes. His eyes flicked toward the tree line every few seconds, ever watchful. Arya could see it, the weight pressing down on him. Every movement screamed control, but beneath the surface, she knew the wolf inside him was restless. The pack was holding together by a thread. "Galen's going to keep pushing," Arya muttered, stepping closer. Luca didn't look up. "I know." Arya crouched beside him, her eyes narrowing as she traced the outline of the blade he held. "He's waiting for you to slip. The second he sees an opening, he'll take it." Luca's jaw clenched, the sharp scrape of metal filling the silence. Ici de chard qu'il n'y a fir et contract. Sur la rivière et les contracts victor d'amener sur la victory, ze ich patin. Arya's gaze lingered on the faint scars along his knuckles. You really think this is sustainable? He muttered. Luca finally met her eyes, the gold in his irises still faint but present. You have a better idea? Arya smirked. Yeah, we kill him. Luca chuckled softly, though there wasn't much humor in it. You make it sound simple. It is simple, Arya replied, trailing her fingers lightly along his wrist. One less wolf to stab us in the back. Luca's eyes darkened slightly at her touch. And if the rest of them follow him? Luca asked, voice dropping lower. Arya leaned in closer, her mouth brushing just below his ear. Then we kill them too. His grip tightened on the blade. You're dangerous, Luca murmured, though he didn't pull away. Arya's lips curled against his skin. I thought you liked that about me. Before Luca could respond, Tax's voice cut through the morning haze. Alpha, Dax called from across the clearing, striding toward them with his usual swagger. Luca sighed, reluctantly pulling back from Arya as he set the blade aside. What is it? Said Atish slowly. Dax stopped just short of them, his eyes glinting with mild amusement as he glanced between Luca and Arya. You two look cozy, Dax said, flashing a grin. Am I interrupting? Arya arched a brow. Probably. Dax chuckled, but turned serious almost immediately. Galen's stirring shit again. He's been talking to some of the mid-rankers. Quietly, but not too quietly. Luca's expression darkened. He's trying to gather support. Dax nodded. It's subtle now, but if we let this go, it won't stay that way for long. He's pushing the line, Luca. You need to handle this before he draws blood. Luca rose to his feet, eyes narrowing toward the tents where Galen's wolves gathered. I'll handle it. Dax hesitated for a brief second. If it comes down to a fight, it won't, Luca cut him off, but the tension in his shoulders said otherwise. By the time the sun hung overhead, Luca found Galen at the far side of the camp, leaning against a large tree, arms crossed casually over his chest. 2 other wolves flanked him, both in human form, but tense and ready. You've been busy, Luca said as he approached, his tone neutral but edged with something sharp. Galen glanced up, smirking faintly. Just talking to the pack, Alpha. The word dripped with sarcasm. Is that a problem? Shouldn't be. Someone should be back with a proper perspective. Luca's eyes narrowed. Depends on what you're saying. Galen pushed off the tree, stepping closer. I'm saying, some of the pack aren't convinced you're fit to lead. Marcus didn't die, he submitted. That's not the same thing. Luca's muscles coiled beneath his skin, the wolf stirring dangerously close to the surface. I could fix that, Luca growled softly, his gaze locking with Galen's. Galen's smirk didn't fade. You won a fight, but winning a pack? That takes more than just beating Marcus to the ground. Arya stepped up beside Luca, her eyes narrowing on Galen. You think anyone here is going to follow you? Galen's gaze flicked toward Arya, his smirk curling higher. I think they'll follow the one who doesn't let his judgment get clouded by some stray panther. The words barely left Galen's mouth before Luca moved. His shift was instantaneous. 1 second he was standing beside Arya, and the next, his wolf slammed into Galen, pinning him to the ground in a blur of fur and teeth. Galen's wolf shifted too, but Arya was faster. Her shift unraveled smoothly, panther form colliding with the nearest wolf before he could react. The force of her attack sent them tumbling, claws raking through fur as Arya sank her teeth into his shoulder. The second wolf lunged for Luca's flank, but Luca's wolf twisted mid-air, swiping hard enough to send him sprawling across the dirt. Galen thrashed beneath Luca, but Luca's jaws clamped down just shy of Galen's throat. Submit. The command echoed in Luca's growl, but Galen wasn't ready to yield. His wolf snarled, kicking hard, but Luca didn't budge. Arya broke away from the fight, shifting back as she crouched near Luca's side, watching carefully. "Make him bleed," she said coldly, dagger glinting in her hand. Luca didn't respond, but his teeth pressed harder into Galen's fur. After another long moment, Galen's growl faded into a soft, unwilling whimper. He stopped fighting. Luca shifted, standing over Galen's wolf with eyes burning gold. "Stay down," Luca growled, his voice thick with warning. Galen shifted back, panting heavily as he wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes burned with quiet hatred, but he didn't move. "This is the last time I let you walk away," Luca warned, voice low. "Challenge me again, and I won't stop." Galen's gaze flipped briefly to Arya before he finally nodded. "Understood," Galen muttered, though the defiance in his tone lingered. Arya stepped closer to Luca, watching as Galen retreated into the trees. "This isn't over," she murmured. Luca's arm slipped around her waist, tugging her close. "I know," he whispered against her hair. "But it's enough for now." The tension didn't break after Galen slinked back into the trees. It settled over the camp like smoke, thick and heavy. The pack dispersed slowly, but their eyes lingered on Luca and Arya, as if they were waiting for something else. Another fight. Another crack in the fragile control Luca held. Arya leaned against a log near the fire, watching Luca pace restlessly by the riverbank. His shirt hung loose over his shoulders, still streaked with dried blood from the earlier scuffle. He hadn't spoken since Galen left. Dax dropped onto the log beside her, exhaling loudly. "He's brooding." Arya's eyes flicked toward Luca. "He's always brooding." Dax grinned. "Yeah, but this time it's worse." He leaned back, tilting his head toward her. "So, what's the plan? You two going to run off and play lone wolves, or are we actually sticking around to see if this pack holds?" Arya shrugged, twirling the dagger between her fingers. "That depends on whether Luca's ego lets him walk away." Dax chuckled, but his gaze darkened slightly. "You know Galen's not done, right? He's going to keep pushing until one of you snaps. And the pack's waiting to see if Luca's strong enough to stop it." Arya's grip on the dagger tightened. "Yeah," she muttered. "I know." Across the clearing, Luca's gaze finally met hers. His golden eyes glinted in the fading sunlight, and without a word, he started toward her. Dax took that as his cue, stretching lazily before stepping away. "Good luck," Dax said with a smirk, disappearing into the trees. Luca stopped in front of her, standing close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his skin. His eyes lingered on her lips for a fraction of a second before he spoke. "You think I should have killed him?" Luca said quietly, watching her carefully. Arya arched a brow. "You're just figuring that out?" Luca's mouth twitched, but the smile didn't fully form. "It's not that simple." "It is that simple," Arya replied, rising to her feet until they were nearly nose to nose. "Galen isn't going to stop. And every time you let him walk away, you're giving the pack another reason to doubt you." Luca's eyes darkened. "Killing him in front of the others would have made me look desperate. Weak." Arya's hand drifted to his chest, fingertips brushing faintly over the scar near his collarbone. And letting him walk away made you look merciful. That's not the same as strong. Lovely to hear. Luca's hand slid to her waist, pulling her closer until her body pressed into his. You're dangerous when you get like this, Luca murmured, his breath warm against her neck. Diamus. Arya's lips brushed against his jawline, teasingly close. I thought you liked that about me. Luca growled softly, his mouth finding hers in a kiss that left no room for hesitation. His grip tightened at her waist, lifting her effortlessly as he backed her against the nearest tree. Arya gasped softly as Luca's lips trailed down the curve of her neck, his teeth grazing the sensitive scar at her shoulder. Her nails raked down his back, pulling him closer, and Luca's growl deepened, vibrating against her skin. You're pushing me, Luca muttered, his mouth brushing against her collarbone. Arya smirked, breathless. Good. His hands slid beneath her shirt, rough fingertips exploring the soft skin along her ribs. She arched into him, craving more, but the shift beneath her skin stirred faintly, reminding her that the infection still lingered. Luca felt it too. He pulled back just enough to meet her gaze, golden eyes flickering. You feel that? Arya exhaled slowly, resting her forehead against his. Yeah. His thumb brushed over her hip, grounding her. You're holding it back. I can handle it, Arya whispered, but even she didn't fully believe it. Luca's lips brushed hers again, but softer this time, gentler. You don't have to handle it alone. Before Arya could respond, a howl echoed from the far side of the camp, breaking the fragile moment between them. Luca stiffened instantly, stepping away and shifting back into alpha mode. His eyes narrowed toward the trees. Dax, Luca called, his voice sharp. Dax emerged a few seconds later, pulling his shirt on as he jogged over. I heard it. North perimeter. Vin said. Arya grabbed her dagger, already moving toward the tree line. Luca caught her wrist. Stay close to me. Arya shot him a glare. I'm not sitting this one out. Luca's eyes darkened, but he didn't argue. They followed Dax into the woods, the moonlight barely filtering through the dense canopy above. The air felt heavier here, charged with something Arya couldn't quite place. When they reached the northern edge of the camp, two wolves stood near the perimeter, fur bristling as they sniffed the air. One of them, an older gray wolf, shifted back when Luca approached. Someone's been near the border, the wolf said, voice low. Didn't cross, but they were close. Luca's eyes narrowed. Marcus? The wolf shook his head. Didn't smell like him, but it wasn't a rogue either. Arya exchanged a glance with Luca. Another pack. Luca's jaw tightened. Keep everyone on alert. No one shifts alone tonight. The wolf nodded, shifting back before disappearing into the shadows. Dax crossed his arms. Think it's Marcus, testing the waters? Maybe, Luca replied, but his eyes stayed fixed on the tree line. Or maybe someone else is watching. Arya rested her hand lightly against Luca's arm. If Marcus is reaching out to other packs, this could get messy. Luca exhaled slowly, his hand covering hers. It's already messy. His gaze lingered on the trees for another long moment before he turned to Arya, golden eyes softening slightly. Come on, Luca murmured, brushing a kiss against her temple. Let's get some rest while we can. Ellie sighed. Warren smiled. Arya allowed herself to relax against him, but even as they made their way back to camp, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching. Chapter 13. Blood Ties. Part 1. The Rising Shadow. The moon hung heavy in the sky, half filled but bright enough to cast silver streaks through the forest canopy. The camp lay in uneasy silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the dying fire. Arya sat near the edge of the clearing, dagger balanced across her knees, but her gaze kept drifting toward Luca. He stood a few feet away, speaking quietly with Dax and 2 other wolves from the pack. Luca's muscles were taut, his stance rigid, like he was expecting a fight, even when no one else seemed to sense danger. Arya could see it in his eyes, though. He wasn't letting his guard down. Not tonight. "You keep staring at me like that, and I'm going to think you're planning something," Luca called over his shoulder without looking at her. Arya smirked, tilting the dagger slightly so it caught the firelight. "Maybe I am." And then one night, when she was drowsy, Dax chuckled but didn't take his eyes off Luca. "You two should just fuck and get it over with." Arya arched a brow. "You volunteering to watch?" Dax's grin widened. "Wouldn't be the first time." Luca shot him a glare, but there was a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Keep talking, Dax. See what happens." Dax raised his hands in mock surrender. "I'm just saying, the tension's thick enough to cut with a knife." He shot Arya a wink. "I'd put money on you coming out on top, though." Arya laughed softly, but Luca's gaze lingered on her longer this time. There was heat in his eyes, subtle but unmistakable. Dax stretched, tossing his shirt over his shoulder as he backed away. "I'll do another perimeter check. Try not to kill each other while I'm gone." Arya watched him disappear into the tree line before turning her attention back to Luca. "You know he's right," Arya murmured, as Luca approached, standing close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating off his skin. Luca's lips twitched. "About which part?" he murmured, closing his eyes for a moment. Arya shrugged, resting the dagger against her thigh. "All of it." Luca crouched in front of her, his golden eyes glinting in the firelight. "You really want to test me right now?" Arya tilted her head slightly, letting the heat between them simmer. Her fingers drifted to the faint scar on his chest, tracing the jagged line that ran beneath his collarbone. "I don't mind losing," she whispered, her lips brushing against his ear. Luca's hand shot out, gripping her waist and pulling her onto his lap in one fluid motion. Arya's breath caught, but she didn't stop him. "Careful," Luca growled against her throat, his hand sliding beneath her shirt. "I bite." Arya's nails dragged across his shoulders, pulling him closer. "I can handle it." His mouth found hers, hot and demanding, but slow, like he was savoring every second. Arya's legs tightened around his waist, the warmth of his skin pressing into hers, as his grip on her hips grew possessive. She gasped as Luca's teeth grazed the scar on her shoulder, a faint reminder of the infection still lingering beneath her skin, but she didn't pull away. Not this time. Her back hit the tree behind her, Luca's body pinning her there as his mouth trailed lower, hands tugging at the waistband of her pants. "Someone could see us," Arya whispered, though there was no urgency in her voice. Luca smirked against her skin. "Let them." His lips found hers again, hungrier this time, and Arya surrendered to the fire unraveling between them. The sound of a howl split the air, tearing them apart. Luca was on his feet in seconds, eyes flashing gold as he scanned the clearing. Arya shifted, dagger already in hand, as her body coiled with anticipation. Dax burst through the tree line, panting. "They're here." Luca's jaw tightened. "Marcus?" Dax shook his head. "Not Marcus. Someone else." Arya's stomach twisted. Another Fuck. Luca muttered, already stripping his shirt off in preparation for the shift. How many? 6, maybe 7, Dax replied. They're not crossing the border yet, but they're damn close. Luca exchanged a glance with Arya, but she didn't wait for instructions. She put her hands on the barrier, and the owls sped away. I'm coming with you, she said, flatly. Luca growled low in his throat, but didn't argue. The pack gathered quickly, shifting into wolf form as they followed Luca toward the northern border. Arya moved alongside them, her panther form sleek and silent against the backdrop of the forest. As they got closer to the town, each branch grew and bigger, the flowers that marked its beginnings becoming apparently automatic. The other wolves bristled as she passed, but none of them dared speak. Luca's presence alone kept them in check. As they neared the border, Arya caught the scent. Foreign wolves. Luca's wolf stopped at the edge of the clearing, his ears twitching as he listened. Arya crouched beside him, the dagger strapped to her thigh, glinting beneath the moonlight. The first wolf emerged from the tree line moments later, his fur black as night. He was larger than the others, his eyes burning amber. Alpha. The rest of his pack followed, fanning out slowly. Luca shifted first, standing tall and unbothered by the presence of the intruders. This is my territory, Luca said coldly. You're trespassing. The black wolf shifted, revealing a man just as broad and scarred as Marcus. He grinned, showing too many teeth. We're not crossing, just observing. Luca's eyes narrowed. I don't need another pack watching my borders. My alpha shrugged, his eyes flicking briefly to Arya. Word travels fast. I heard Marcus bent the knee to you. I had to see it for myself. Luca didn't move. You've seen enough. Leave. Beste Ash. The alpha's gaze lingered on Arya longer than necessary. You've got a shifter with you. Dangerous to let one of those roam free, isn't it? Arya's claws twitched beneath her skin. I'm not the one you should be worried about, she said softly, stepping closer. The alpha chuckled, but Luca's body shifted, fur bristling as his wolf form flickered beneath the surface. Touch her, Luca growled, and I'll rip your fucking throat out. The alpha's smirk faded, but he didn't argue. He stepped back slowly, his pack following. No. This isn't over, Luca, the alpha warned, eyes glinting. You're not the only one with something to protect. Luca didn't answer. He waited until the last of them disappeared into the woods before shifting back and exhaling slowly. Arya stepped beside him, watching the dark tree line. They'll be back, she murmured. Luca's hand brushed against hers, grounding her. I know. The forest remained still, long after the intruding pack disappeared beyond the tree line, but Luca's shoulders didn't relax. His golden eyes lingered on the shadows, the scent of the other wolves still sharp in the cold air. Arya shifted back into human form, sweat dampening her skin despite the chill. She knelt beside Luca, her fingers lightly grazing the scar along his shoulder. They're testing you, Arya murmured, watching the spot where the alpha had disappeared. Luca exhaled slowly, his gaze hardening. I know. They want to see if I'm weak enough to let them push the borders. Arya rose to her feet, tugging her shirt over her head as she surveyed the forest. And if you don't push back, it's going to get worse. Luca's eyes flicked to her, trailing down her body for half a second longer than necessary. A faint growl rumbled low in his throat, but he swallowed it, stepping closer until they were nearly nose to nose. I'm not letting them make a move on this territory, Luca said softly, brushing a strand of damp hair from Arya's face. His hand lingered against her jaw, thumb tracing lightly over her lower lip. Aria's breath hitched as Luca's grip tightened, pulling her flush against his chest. "I didn't think you would," she whispered, her heart pounding harder beneath his touch. Luca leaned in, his mouth brushing over hers, slow, deliberate, but filled with barely restrained hunger. His hand slid along her waist, fingers curling possessively around her hips, as if anchoring her there. The forest around them faded. The tension in Aria's chest unraveled the second Luca deepened the kiss. His teeth grazing her bottom lip. She melted into him, nails dragging lightly along his back, as the heat between them reignited. But, before Luca could push her against the nearest tree, Dax's voice rang out through the clearing. Somewhere he reached out. "You two at it again?" Aria pulled back, barely resisting the urge to curse. Luca didn't bother letting her go, his hand staying firmly on her waist as he glared over his shoulder at Dax. "Do you try to have the worst timing possible?" Luca growled, his breath still shallow. Dax grinned, completely unbothered. "It's a gift." His eyes flicked to Aria, smirking. "Don't let me stop you. I'm just here to tell you Marcus's betas are on the move." Luca straightened, his gaze sharpening. "Where?" "Southern Edge," Dax replied. "They're not crossing yet, but it's only a matter of time." Aria wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, already stepping toward the tree line. "Let's go." Luca's hand caught her wrist gently, holding her back. "Bill left the room to find their babies, and stayed here," Luca said, his voice quiet but firm. Aria's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me?" Luca stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Marcus's betas aren't just here for territory. They're watching you, Aria. You're the reason they're pushing harder." Her jaw tightened. "I can handle myself." "I know you can," Lucas said softly, brushing his thumb over her pulse point. "But this isn't just about strength. It's politics. If they see you out there, they'll use it." Aria hesitated, watching the seriousness etched into Luca's expression. And he wasn't wrong. She hated that he wasn't wrong. "Fine," Aria muttered, stepping back reluctantly, "but if one of them steps over the line—" "They won't leave the border alive," Luca promised, pressing a brief kiss to her forehead. Dax cleared his throat loudly. "Sweet. Can we go now, or do you two need another minute of foreplay?" Luca shot him a glare, but didn't respond. He shifted mid-step, fur rippling over his body, as his wolf emerged. Dax followed closely, his own shift smoother, but smaller compared to Luca's hulking form. Aria stayed at the edge of the clearing, watching as Luca and Dax disappeared into the trees. Her grip on the dagger at her waist didn't ease. The southern border was unusually quiet when Luca arrived, but he could smell the intruders before he saw them. Marcus's betas lingered just beyond the tree line, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Luca's wolf stepped forward, his gaze locking on to the largest of the three. Galen. The bastard stood in human form, arms crossed lazily over his chest, as if he hadn't been sniffing around Luca's borders like a scavenger. "Busy night?" Luca growled, his voice distorted by the shift still humming beneath his skin. Galen grinned faintly. "I could say the same to you. Didn't know you had time for midnight rendezvous with your panther friend." Luca's hackles rose, but he kept his posture relaxed. "You're close to crossing into my territory, Galen. I suggest you take a step back before this gets ugly." Galen's eyes glinted with amusement. "Relax." "We're just stretching our legs." "Marcus thought you wouldn't mind." Luca's wolf stalked forward, claws sinking into the dirt. "I don't give a fuck what Marcus thought. You're not welcome here." The other two wolves flanking Galen shifted uneasily, but Galen stayed still. "You can't keep the pack together forever, Luca," Galen said, voice low. They're already starting to wonder if Marcus will take it back. All it takes is one full moon, and you know how easy it is to lose control. Luca's teeth bared, growl deepening. Try me. Galen's smirk faded, but he didn't press further. For now. We'll see how long you can hold that throne, Galen muttered. Maybe next time you won't be so lucky. Lucas Wolf lunged a single step forward, and Galen flinched. Just barely. But it was enough to make the other wolves fall back. Leave, Luca snarled. Before I change my mind. Galen didn't argue. He shifted smoothly, black fur rippling as he melted into the woods, the others following quickly behind him. Luca stayed by the border, not moving until the scent of Marcus's wolves disappeared completely. But he knew they'd be back. Of course, 6 months later, it was time to go. Arya sat near the fire when Luca returned, shirt damp with sweat from the run. She stood as he approached, eyes narrowing. "How bad?" she asked. Luca exhaled, brushing a hand over his hair. Galen was there. He's pushing harder every day. Oliviera's voice had gone gentle as he pushed a key to the closed door. Arya crossed her arms. Then we take the fight to them. Luca's gaze lingered on her longer than necessary. We will, he said softly, but not tonight. Arya stepped closer, gripping his jaw lightly with one hand, tilting his face toward hers. Then stop wasting time, Arya whispered against his lips. And Luca did exactly that. Chapter 14. Into the Fire. Part 1. Tension before the storm. The sky had darkened by the time Arya returned to the cabin Luca claimed as his. The night air crackled with anticipation, thick and heavy, with a weight of what was coming. Even the forest seemed to hold its breath. The usual hum of insects and rustle of leaves subdued, as if the land itself sensed the looming storm. Mocha sat by the fire, his back against the wall, shirtless, with faint bruises still coloring his ribs. The flickering light danced across his scarred chest, highlighting the sharp lines of his muscles and the jagged marks left from battles long before they met. Arya paused in the doorway, leaning against the frame as her eyes lingered on him a second too long. "You know," Luca said, not bothering to look up, "if you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to start charging you." Arya smirked, stepping inside and letting the door swing shut behind her. "I'd say I've earned a free show after pulling your ass out of that fight last week." Luca's golden eyes flicked to hers, glinting with amusement. "Fair point." She crossed the room, dropping onto the edge of the couch beside him. The fire crackled softly between them, casting shadows across the wooden floor. Luca watched her, his gaze heavy with something unspoken, something that had lingered between them since the night at the border. But neither of them acknowledged it. Not directly. "They're watching us," Arya said finally, breaking the silence. Luca nodded. "I know. Galen hasn't stopped circling the border since last night. He's waiting for Marcus to make his move." "Does that mean it's likely that we're invisible?" Arya's fingers brushed over the dagger strapped to her thigh, a familiar comfort. "Marcus won't wait much longer. If he senses weakness, he'll come for you before the next full moon." Luca leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Let him come. I'm not backing down." Arya studied him carefully, noting the tension in his jaw, the faint flicker of gold that lingered in his irises, even in human form. "You're ready for this?" Arya said softly, tilting her head. Luca's lips twitched into a faint smirk. "Ugh, I don't really have a choice." Her gaze softened, and for a brief moment, the weight of the pack and the looming threat of Marcus faded into the background. She shifted closer, letting her hand trail lightly along Luca's forearm. His skin burned beneath her touch, but he didn't pull away. Instead, his fingers brushed against hers, lingering as if he wasn't ready to let go. "You always this tense before a fight?" Arya asked, her voice dipping lower. Luca's eyes darkened, his thumb tracing faint circles along the back of her hand. "Only when you're around." Arya's lips parted, but Luca was faster. His mouth found hers in a slow, heated kiss that left no room for hesitation. His hands slid to her waist, pulling her into his lap as her legs straddled him effortlessly. Arya's fingers tangled in his hair, nails grazing lightly along his scalp as Luca's grip tightened around her hips, pressing her down against him. "Fuck," Luca growled against her lips, his breath ragged as he tugged at the hem of her shirt. Arya gasped softly, arching into him as his mouth trailed along the curve of her throat, his teeth grazing the scar on her shoulder. Her body hummed with the infection, but she pushed it aside, letting Luca ground her as his lips traced lower, teasing against her collarbone. But just as Luca's hand slipped beneath her shirt, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cabin. Luca froze beneath her, his muscles coiling like a spring, ready to snap. "Shit," Arya muttered, reluctantly pulling away as Luca stood, his golden eyes narrowing toward the door. A second later, Dax's voice rang out. "You might want to come outside," Dax called from the clearing. "We've got company." Luca grabbed his shirt, slipping it over his head as Arya followed him toward the door, dagger already in hand. The clearing was swarming by the time Luca and Arya stepped outside. Half the pack had gathered near the tree line, shifting restlessly as two wolves, both in human form, stood just beyond the border. Marcus and Galen. Arya felt Luca tense beside her, the shift simmering just beneath the surface as his golden eyes locked onto Marcus's hulking frame. "Luca," Marcus drawled, arms crossed over his chest. "I was wondering how long it'd take you to come out." Agnella growled again, this time all business. Luca stepped forward, the weight of his authority rolling off him in waves. "You're standing too close to my border," Luca growled, his voice thick with the wolf beneath his skin. Marcus's lips curled into a predatory grin. "Is that how you greet your old alpha?" Luca's eyes narrowed. "You're not my alpha anymore." Galen snorted faintly, but Marcus silenced him with a glance. "I'm not here to fight you, Luca," Marcus said smoothly, though the glint in his eyes suggested otherwise. "I'm here to negotiate." Luca crossed his arms, muscles coiled tight. "I'm not interested." Marcus chuckled. "You haven't even heard what I'm offering." Arya stepped closer, her voice sharp. "We're not interested in anything you have to say." Marcus's eyes lingered on her, and the faintest flicker of gold crossed his irises. "I see your little panther is still causing trouble," Marcus mused. "She's a distraction, Luca. You know that, right?" Uruka's snarl was immediate. "Careful." "Move!" God. Marcus didn't move, but his wolves shifted closer, watching Luca with predatory interest. "Let me make this simple," Marcus said, his gaze flicking between them. "Step down, hand over the pack, and I won't kill anyone tonight." The threat hung in the air like a blade. Luca's hand brushed Arya's, grounding her. "You think you can just walk in here and take what's mine?" Luca growled, his voice low and dangerous. Marcus smirked. "I don't think. I know." Luca's body trembled, the shift pulling at his control, but he didn't let it break free. "You want to fight me for this pack?" Luca said, stepping closer until he was face to face with Marcus. "Then challenge me. But If you cross this line, I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Marcus's smirk faltered for a split second. Then, with a nod to his wolves, he turned. Memoir. This isn't over, Luca, Marcus called over his shoulder. I'll see you at the next full moon. As Marcus and his wolves faded into the trees, Luca's hand tightened around Arya's. The other people mind. The storm was coming. The camp remained deathly silent, long after Marcus and his wolves vanished beyond the tree line. No one spoke. The air felt thick with unspoken tension, each wolf processing the confrontation in their own way. Lilylind III had a psychological awakening like this one. Every person of the fourth sector had a mental spell. Arya's grip on her dagger hadn't eased, fingers tense around the hilt as she watched Luca stare into the forest like he could still see Marcus through the trees. His wolf simmered just beneath the surface, barely restrained. Dax finally broke the silence, stepping up beside them with a low whistle. Well, that was fucking subtle. Luca didn't respond immediately. His breathing was measured, but Arya could feel the storm swirling beneath his calm exterior. He's not waiting until the full moon, Luca muttered, his eyes narrowing at the shadows creeping along the tree line. Dax nodded, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, I got that impression when he practically invited himself in. Arya crossed her arms, shifting closer to Luca. Marcus knows exactly what he's doing. He's prodding the wound, testing how far he can push before you snap. Luca's golden eyes flicked to hers, softening slightly. I'm not snapping. Dax grinned. Hate to break it to you, Alpha, but you looked 2 seconds from tearing his throat out back there. Luca growled low in his throat, but didn't deny it. Oh? Arya stepped in front of him, resting her hand lightly against his chest. His heart hammered beneath her palm. Let him push, she whispered, tilting her head until their foreheads brushed. But don't let him pull you into his game. Luca's arms slipped around her waist, grounding him. You make it sound easy. It's not. Arya's lips hovered close to his, but she didn't kiss him. Not yet. But I'm here to remind you when you forget. Luca's fingers tightened at her waist, his lips grazing the edge of her jawline. I'd say I'm lucky, but I think you just like bossing me around. He patted her, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Someone has to, Arya teased, but her voice caught slightly as Luca pressed his mouth to the soft spot below her ear. I can think of better ways to be bossed around, Luca murmured, his teeth lightly scraping her skin. Her breath hitched. She could feel his control fraying. Just barely. Later, Arya whispered, though she didn't pull away. Luca growled softly, his mouth lingering on her throat, but the sound of footsteps approaching from behind forced him to reluctantly pull back. Dax smirked. You two need a tent, or are we doing this in front of the fire? Arya rolled her eyes. Keep talking, Dax, and I'll let Luca use you as a punching bag. Luca grinned. I like that idea. Dax held up his hands, still grinning. Fine, fine. I'm just saying, if you two want to fuck each other into the ground, let me know, so I can leave first. Luca shook his head, amusement flickering briefly in his gaze before it darkened again. Marcus won't stop. This wasn't just a warning. He's planning something. Dax's smile faded. Yeah, I caught that too. Marcus's gaze drifted to the rest of the pack. Wolves lingering near the edge of the camp, watching carefully. They had heard everything, seen everything. Marcus's words planted seeds of doubt, and Luca knew the pack could feel the tension radiating off him. Call the others, Luca said, voice low but authoritative. We're meeting tonight, all of them. Dax hesitated. You sure that's a good idea? Some of them aren't exactly loyal. Luca's eyes flashed gold. They will be by the time I'm done. The meeting stretched late into the night. Wolves filled the clearing, most still in human form, gathered in loose circles around the fire. The pack listened in silence as Luca laid down the law. Marcus's presence was a threat Luca wasn't going to ignore. Borders would be doubled, patrols increased. Anyone caught communicating with Marcus's wolves would face punishment. But Arya could feel the shift in the air, the flicker of doubt lingering among the pack. Some still wondered if Marcus would be a better leader, if Luca's claim was fragile. Galen sat near the edge of the group, watching Luca with narrowed eyes, though he kept his mouth shut. For now, Arya's hand drifted to her dagger more than once during the meeting. But Luca's calm, unwavering tone kept the unrest from bubbling over. When it ended, the wolves dispersed quietly, though none strayed far from the camp. The tension clung to them like a second skin. Dax approached Arya as she leaned against a tree, eyes flicking toward Luca, who spoke quietly with one of the betas near the fire. You think this is going to hold? Dax asked, his voice low. Arya's gaze didn't leave Luca. It has to. Dax snorted. Not exactly reassuring. He's stronger than Marcus, Arya said softly. The pack just needs to see it. Doesn't he see? Willem asked shyly, but Arya shrugged his shoulders. She knew he was thinking. Petri isn't. Dax crossed his arms, watching Luca carefully. Yeah, well, if they don't, things are going to get ugly fast. Arya exhaled slowly. They already are. Later that night, Luca leaned against the doorway of the cabin, arms crossed as Arya approached. You're supposed to be resting, she said, arching a brow. Luca smirked faintly. Could say the same to you. Arya stepped into his space, brushing her fingers lightly over his chest. His skin was warm, heartbeat steady beneath her palm. I meant what I said earlier, Arya murmured, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Luca's hand cupped her jaw, thumb brushing over her lower lip. I know. The kiss that followed wasn't gentle. Luca's grip tightened, pulling her flush against him as her back pressed into the wooden frame of the cabin. Everything was dark, except for the bronze symbol on the mattress, glowing. Arya's hands slid beneath his shirt, feeling the ripple of muscle beneath her fingertips. Luca growled softly into her mouth, deepening the kiss as his hands roamed lower, gripping her hips possessively. You're not making it easy to stop, Luca whispered against her lips. Arya arched into him, nails dragging lightly down his back. I wasn't trying to. Luca lifted her effortlessly, and Arya's legs wrapped around his waist as he carried her inside, the door slamming shut behind them. For a few precious hours, the outside world faded. The pack politics, the looming threat of Marcus. All of it melted away beneath Luca's touch. But even as they lay tangled together beneath the sheets, Arya knew the storm was coming. And when it did, no amount of fire between them would stop the bloodshed that followed. Chapter 15. The Breaking. Dawn. The forest was eerily quiet in the hours before dawn. Mist clung to the underbrush, swirling in ghostly tendrils as Arya paced near the edge of the clearing. Her dagger felt heavier than usual, the weight pressing against her thigh as if anticipating the blood it might spill. The full moon hung low on the horizon, its light painting the treetops in silvery hues. Its pull wasn't strong enough to force a shift, but it was close. Too close. Luca stood nearby, shirtless and barefoot, the faint scars along his chest glowing in the moonlight. His eyes flickered gold even in human form, his wolf simmering beneath the surface. "Is coming," Luca said softly, breaking the silence. Arya stopped pacing, turning to face him. "You sure about that?" Luca's jaw clenched. "I can feel it." He didn't question him. Luca's instincts had been right about Marcus every time. Dax approached from the shadows, his usual grin replaced by a grim expression. Borders are holding, for now, but the pack's restless. They know something's coming. "They're not wrong," Luca muttered, running a hand through his hair. Dax hesitated, his gaze flicking between Luca and Arya. "What's the plan when Marcus shows up? Because you know he's not coming alone." "We hold the line," Luca replied, his voice firm. "Whatever it takes." Arya stepped closer to Luca, resting a hand on his arm. "You don't have to do this alone." Luca's golden eyes softened as they met hers. "I know." The howl came suddenly, splitting the silence like a blade. It echoed through the trees, sharp and commanding, and every wolf in the clearing froze. "Marcus." The wolves in Luca's pack shifted nervously, their forms flickering between human and wolf as the sound rippled through the camp. "He's here," Luca growled, stepping forward. His body trembled as the shift clawed at his control, but he held it back. For now. Arya followed him, dagger drawn, her heart pounding in her chest. The pack gathered quickly near the center of the clearing, forming a loose circle around Luca, as the sound of footsteps and snapping branches grew louder. Marcus emerged from the shadows, his human form towering and broad, with golden eyes that burned like embers. Galen flanked him, along with half a dozen other wolves, all watching Luca with barely concealed malice. "Luca," Marcus said, his voice smooth but dripping with venom. "It's been a while." Luca stepped forward, his posture rigid, every muscle in his body coiled tight. "You're not welcome here," Marcus smirked. "You always were good at stating the obvious." His gaze flicked to Arya, lingering for a moment too long. "And you brought your little panther, I see. Cute." Luca's snarl was immediate, the shift rippling across his skin before he forced it back. "Watch your mouth." Marcus's smirk widened. "You've been busy since you took the pack from me. But tell me, how long do you think you can hold it together?" "They don't trust you, Luca. They never did." The conversation moved to trading stories. Dale looked down at her, now searching for answers. Marcus's smirk widened. A low growl rippled through the pack, but Luca didn't move. "You came here to fight," Luca said, his voice steady, "so stop wasting time." Marcus's golden eyes glinted. "Gladly." The shift hit like a thunderclap. Marcus's body contorted violently, fur exploding across his skin as his wolf emerged. His pack followed suit, transforming in bursts of cracking bones and snarls that filled the clearing. Luca shifted just as fast, his wolf barreling forward to meet Marcus's charge. The two alphas collided in the center of the clearing, teeth snapping and claws tearing into fur. The force of their impact shook the ground, scattering leaves and debris as they rolled across the dirt in a blur of snarls and blood. Arya didn't hesitate. Her shift unraveled smoothly, panther form sleek and deadly as she leapt into the fray, intercepting one of Marcus's wolves before he could flank Luca. Her claws raked through fur, drawing blood as the wolf yelped, twisting beneath her weight. Chaos consumed the clearing. Wolves fought in brutal tangles of fur and teeth, the air thick with snarls and the copper tang of blood. Dax's wolf tore into Galen, their bodies slamming into a nearby tree with enough force to crack the trunk. Arya dodged a swipe from another wolf. her panther form darting low before pouncing, her fangs sinking into his shoulder. But her attention kept drifting back to Luca. He and Marcus were locked in a vicious struggle, their snarls echoing through the clearing as they fought for dominance. Luca's wolf was faster, striking with brutal precision, but Marcus's size and strength made him harder to pin down. Arya saw the moment it shifted. Marcus's wolf lunged, knocking Luca to the ground. His teeth snapped dangerously close to Luca's throat, and for a heart-stopping second, Arya thought he might actually win. But Luca twisted sharply, using Marcus's momentum against him. His jaws clamped down on Marcus's shoulder, dragging him to the ground and pinning him beneath his weight. The clearing fell silent, except for Marcus's pained whimper. Luca's wolf bared his teeth, his jaws hovering just above Marcus's exposed throat. "Mutt!" The command rippled through the air, unspoken but undeniable. For a long, tense moment, Marcus's wolf didn't move. His golden eyes burned with defiance, but the weight of Luca's dominance pressed down like a physical force. Finally, Marcus let out a soft whimper, his body going still beneath Luca's. The pack erupted in howls, their voices echoing through the trees as they acknowledged their alpha's victory. But Luca didn't let go. His jaws lingered, trembling slightly, before he finally stepped back, his chest heaving as he shifted back into human form. Marcus lay motionless on the ground, his wolf form battered and bleeding. Luca turned to the pack, his voice steady but sharp. "This ends here. Anyone who follows Marcus leaves now, or you answer to me." The clearing went silent. One by one, the wolves began to shift back, lowering their heads in submission. Even Galen, bloodied and limping, didn't dare challenge Luca's authority. Arya shifted back, her dagger still in hand as she approached Luca. "It's done," she said softly, resting a hand on his arm. Luca exhaled slowly, his gaze locking onto hers. "Not yet." His eyes flicked to Marcus, who had shifted back into human form, barely conscious on the ground. Luca crouched beside him, his voice low. "If I see you again, I won't let you live. Understand?" "I think you have to." Marcus's lips curled faintly, but he nodded. Still, Lucas stood, his hand slipping into Arya's as the pack began to disperse. For now, the storm had passed, but Arya knew it wasn't the end. Not yet. The clearing was littered with the remnants of the battle, scarred earth, blood-soaked leaves, and the faint echoes of growls that still lingered in the air. Marcus's wolves had retreated, leaving behind those too wounded to flee. Luca's pack stood in loose clusters, exhausted but victorious. Arya wiped her blade clean, her chest rising and falling as she watched Luca stare down at Marcus's limp form. The former alpha hadn't moved since Luca issued his warning, and for once, Marcus didn't look like the unstoppable force he had been. He looked small, defeated. Jax limped over, clutching his ribs. "So, is this the part where we celebrate, or pretend none of that just happened?" Arya snorted softly, sliding her dagger back into its sheath. "I'm leaning toward pretending." Luca knelt beside Marcus, his voice low enough that only Arya and Dax could hear. "Get him out of here." Galen, bloodied and barely standing, shifted back into human form. He eyed Luca warily, but nodded. "We'll take him," Galen said, though his voice held no bite. "What's left of him?" Luca stood, wiping the blood from his hands onto his jeans. "You make sure he stays gone." He turned to Holly. Galen's gaze flicked to Arya. His lip curled slightly, but he kept his mouth shut. For once, he didn't push Luca. Not tonight. Let's go, Galen muttered, hauling Marcus to his feet with the help of 2 other wolves. Luca turned to them, golden eyes burning beneath the moonlight. His wolf still lingered just beneath the surface, but his voice remained steady. "This pack is mine now," Luca growled, his gaze sweeping over the wolves. "If anyone wants to challenge that, step forward." Silence. The wolves shifted nervously, but none of them moved. Luca's eyes softened slightly. Good. With that, the pack began to disperse, shifting back into human form, or slinking off to lick their wounds. Dax lingered for a moment longer, exchanging a glance with Arya before disappearing into the trees. Arya approached Luca slowly, watching the faint tremble in his hands. "You good?" she asked, her voice softer now that they were alone. Luca exhaled, his eyes finally losing that sharp, predatory edge. "Yeah," he murmured, rubbing the back of his neck. I didn't expect it to end like that." Arya stepped closer, brushing her fingers against his jaw. "You were the better alpha. They saw that." Luca's lips twitched faintly. "I almost killed him." "I did." "But you didn't." His hand slipped to her waist, tugging her closer until her body pressed against his. "I wanted to." Arya tilted her head, her lips hovering just over his. "I know." Luca's mouth claimed hers in a kiss that left no room for doubt. It was raw, unrelenting, and full of the fire that had been burning between them since the first time they crossed paths. Arya's back pressed into the nearest tree, Luca's hands sliding beneath her shirt as her legs wrapped around his waist. The heat of his body burned against hers, but she didn't pull away. His breath was ragged against her neck, teeth grazing the scar he left behind. "You sure this is what you want?" Luca growled softly, his hands tightening at her hips. Arya arched into him, nails dragging down his back. "I'm not in the habit of doing things I don't want." Luca's grin was brief before he kissed her again, harder this time. The rest of the world fell away. Later, beneath the stars, Arya lay curled against Luca's side, his arm draped over her waist as they watched the embers of the fire slowly die. The camp was quiet now, the pack settling in after the long night. "You think they'll stay loyal?" Arya asked, tracing idle patterns along Luca's chest. Luca's fingers brushed over her knuckles, his gaze distant. "For now. But wolves are unpredictable. Galen will keep watching, waiting for me to fuck up." Arya smirked faintly. "Let him wait. You'll be ready." Luca chuckled softly, though there was a weight in his tone. "You're awfully confident in me." Arya shifted, resting her chin on his chest so she could meet his gaze. "You haven't given me a reason not to be." Luca's eyes softened as he brushed a strand of hair from her face. "I'm not used to having someone at my side. Feels different." Arya leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. "Get used to it." His arms tightened around her, pulling her closer until her head rested beneath his chin. As they lay in the quiet, Arya's mind drifted back to Marcus's final glance. The way his eyes lingered on her, as if this wasn't over. Next day, when Monday morning, and deep down, she knew it wasn't. But for now, Marcus was gone. Luca was alpha. And the pack, while fractured, stood together under Luca's command. For the first time in a long while, Arya allowed herself to breathe. Even if it wouldn't last forever, Luca and Arya stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the sun rise over the treetops. "Luca," Dax approached from behind, yawning loudly. Morning, lovebirds. Pack still intact, if you were wondering. Luca rolled his eyes. Not surprised. Dax leaned casually against a tree, arms crossed. So, what now? We rebuilding this pack into something less homicidal? Luca's gaze lingered on the forest, the faint glint of gold still flickering in his eyes. We rebuild, he said quietly. But we stay ready. Marcus might be gone, but he's not done. Aria's hand slipped into Luca's, fingers threading through his. Then we'll be ready too, she murmured. Luca glanced at her, something unspoken passing between them. Dax smirked. You two are disgustingly cute. I'm going to throw up. Aria laughed softly, and for the first time in a long while, it felt genuine. The storm had passed, for now. As the sun crept over the horizon, painting the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Aria stood with Luca at the edge of the clearing, the weight of the night still pressing on their shoulders. The battle was won, but the war lingered just beyond the tree line, hidden in the quiet shadows of Marcus's retreat, in Galen's lingering gaze, in the unspoken uncertainties that came with ruling a fractured pack. Luca's hand tightened around hers, his warmth grounding her as the wind whispered promises of battles yet to come. For now, the storm had passed, but both of them knew better than to believe peace would last. This was just the beginning. The dawn belonged to them. But the night would return, and when it did, they would face it together.